106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Good evening, Chicago, and welcome to another Friday night edition of Chicago Corner. I am your host, Jerry Vasilatos. Thank you for bearing with us as we got a little bit of a late start tonight, but it's been an overwhelming news week, and I wanted to make sure that we were as prepared as we could be, not only with the news that we're going to be sharing and presenting, but with a very special guest we're going to be interviewing probably at about 8 o'clock p.m., New Jersey Green Party candidate for Senate, Christina Khalil. I believe I'm pronouncing her name correctly, and if I didn't, I hope that she will correct me, and I apologize if I mispronounced it. But lots been going on this week, and I'm overwhelmed. In fact, I was speaking with our guest because we were running late, and she graciously offered to reschedule and come on next week, because the matters in the Middle East that we're all witnessing are so much more pressing than what's happening here in the United States, because it's a worldwide, it's going to be a worldwide impact. But I said, no, we want to have you on at 8, because I'd love for her to share some of her perspective also as we share news from the Middle East. We'll go more into that after our interview with Christina. But before we continue, I'm going to introduce this little guy knew when the show was starting. He heard the music and he jumped up on the desk, and he's all ready to join us for the broadcast. So, Ed, you're there.
Yeah, Oreo knows.
How do you like our new backdrop?
It's appropriate for a Pizza Friday the 13th.
Especially during a Friday. The world is on fire. I told Ed before the show I was trying to figure out how to have this on the backdrop of our show thumbnail with all of the little icons of what we're going to be talking about and our guests, and I just gave up. It's like there's too much. Having it here just to reflect the mood and spirit of what we're talking about tonight, at least at the top. I don't know that I want to have the world on fire for the entire show, so I'm going to revert back to our signal over Chicago as we usually have on Friday nights. How you doing, Ed? Yeah. I know you've had a rough week yourself.
It's been a rough week for me and my automobile. I was, you know how a lot of times on Tuesday I'll tell you like what holiday that day is or what month it is, like because it's National Pizza Month. It's National Auto Repair Month for me.
God. Oh my God.
And so essentially my car ate my paycheck this week. So I'm not so thrilled about that, but I'm thinking, okay, how many more terrible things can happen to me and also to people in the world on Friday the 13th? And I'm like, Jerry, it's the perfect time for me to buy a lottery ticket, isn't it?
As long as you only buy one and don't spend the rest of what you got in your savings on lottery tickets, because much like a lot of us spent a lot of our savings on a certain stock during a meme frenzy that was supposed to squeeze, which we will talk about much later in the program regarding that scandal with the CEO of AMC facing a sexting scandal. Don't put all your money into lottery tickets. I had car issues this week also. My transmission was slipping, and I'm like, here we go again. Going to cost a lot of money, but I want to give a huge shout out to AAA Transmissions out in Arlington Heights, bordering Mount Prospect. They said, I took it in. The little hose was loose. They replaced it, no charge. No charge.
Ooh, that's, yeah, cool.
I mean, I've taken my car there the Jeep there many times before, and they've all, I think that they're, man, talk about a place that's really sensitive to the fact that things could, mount up really quickly with expenses. But this is the second time that they've connected a hose after I've had AAA tow my Jeep out there and take a lift back and forth. And like, don't worry about it. It's just a minor thing. Unlike most other shops that probably would have charged at least $50. So I want to give a big shout out to AAA Motors and Transmission out in Arlington Heights. I don't think that they're watching. I don't think that they'll know. But if you have transmission issues, take your car there because they're very fair. And, when they do charge you, they'll probably be very affordable. So we have some breaking news tonight, and I would be remiss without showing our breaking news intro. Enough of that. Ed's going to play this from his side. Nico Housebroke tonight on Twitter. U.S. is preparing to send troops to Israel. Ed said it before the program when we were in prep. World War III has started. We just haven't been informed yet. Between Ukraine and the Middle East, and I would say not just the decline, but the complete collapse of American empire, not just abroad, but here at home, with our continuing issues regarding where we have money to spend, not here, not on our homeless population, not on Medicare for all, but to Ukraine and Israel. So, Ed, why don't you click this video that Nico shared tonight?
At President Biden's direction, we have moved urgently to respond to this crisis and to send a strong message of deterrence. The USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group is now in the region, led by the largest aircraft carrier in the world. We've augmented U.S. fighter aircraft squadrons in the Middle East, and the U.S. Department of Defense stands fully ready to deploy additional assets if necessary.
Can you pause it?
Yeah.
I want to know, what are they prepared to do? Bomb the rest of Gaza into the Stone Age? You've got the Israeli army chasing after Hamas, improperly labeling Hamas as all of Palestine. I mean, this is the thing that gets me too. The Palestinian people did not provoke this, if you want to call it a provocation, which is not, because of the continued colonization of that region since 1947. Okay, but Israel is broad stroking all Palestinians. All Palestinian citizens are going to suffer because of Hamas. Meanwhile, it's always been Israel's intent to literally drive every last Palestinian out of that region, Israel, to settle, take their homes, do everything else. So we're sending an aircraft carrier. We're sending air support. I'm sure, I hope it's just to pander, virtue signal that we're behind Israel, as the United States always is. But this is really ominous. Really ominous. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, and it's frustrating, Jerry. I've been spending too much time on social media seeing people just completely on the wrong side of history here. And I chalk a lot of it up to purposeful propaganda from the Zionists, who basically have worked this propaganda so well into their daily lives that they have a word for it called Hasbara, which I showed a little video on Tuesday about. And essentially they basically authorized all of their citizens to basically work as damage control, spin, and propaganda for the betterment of the Zionist Israeli ethno-state. And sorry to be extremely blunt there, but that's where we're at right now. And some people who may be familiar with the program know that I grew up Jewish. I've had a bar mitzvah. I I know what's going on in Israel and Palestine because I've been bombarded with that propaganda for decades. And you go and look into history and you think, how did they just take it and flip all the information around and just basically do projection for 75 years? They created this boogeyman into the Palestinians. They decided that, well, we have to make them seem like super evil and the super enemy and less than human, so that we can justify these atrocities which the Nazis did to Israelis, to Jews.
And there's also the religious slant too. That because Israel was the promised land in biblical times, they had a right to it. I came across a meme that I want to share here. I can open up the screen. I think I had it on my desktop here. Yeah, let me pop this in real quick, because it does kind of relate to what we're talking about here, and I do hope that I can share the screen. Hang on, let me present it here.
Apologies, but I haven't eaten all day and I needed a pizza really bad.
Oh, no, I don't blame you. All right, so let's take a look at this. So that's the Isle of Great Britain, now known as England. But it's now known, the territory below is now Rome. Why? No, this is not a mistake. The Romans occupied England for 366 years, from 43 AD to 409 AD, and therefore they have an historic claim to it, and it is now Rome. The religion of Jupiter has proclaimed it so. Anyone who claims Roman descent can now come here, evict your family, and move into your house. Don't like this logic? Now you know what it's like to be in Palestine. Unfortunately, the religious aspects of all of this, and let's also talk about this too. You can't condone terrorism, but Hamas and terrorism rose from oppression, rose from what Zionists, not Jews, because there is a difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zionists in the Middle East decided to do, as far as literally like driving every last Palestinian out because they feel they have a biblical claim to the temple on the mountain in Jerusalem. And, Christians over here are carrying out, no, we support Israel, not because they support Jews, because they want to get raptured. They want Jesus to come back on that mountain that Israel feels it has a claim. It's fairy tale religious nonsense. I don't mean to disparage anybody of faith. I wish I had it. I'm agnostic. And when I see how all of this biblical religious mumbo jumbo nonsense is plunging the rest of us into a potential World War III, it's madness, Ed. I just think it's utter madness.
If I could just add one more point, an observation that I'm not sure I really mentioned on Tuesday, was that they feel like it's really easy to just get everyone in America, and especially American Jews, on board with whatever Israel wants to do and whatever Israel says is happening to them, so that they can justify these retaliations. And so, it's, you can't do that anymore. If you're an American Jew, you should be speaking out against genocide. Some people remember the phrase, never again, not in my name. And yet they come out and say, well, they attacked us. Yeah, what were the Jews doing to Palestinians for 75 years?
And thanks for that. We're going to get more into this conversation a little bit later. It was breaking news, though, and I did at least want to lead with it because I don't want to keep our guest waiting too much longer. And I want to give some perspective to what's happening in the Senate race in New Jersey before we bring our guest on for the interview. Now, this is a national story. And also I want to mention to our viewers, we are live streaming on YouTube tonight. I decided as a service to Christina, who's going to be joining us, an issue that most Green and third-party candidates face is no media coverage. I was watching an interview that Christina did with another YouTuber, and it had like 7 views. Now, I'm not saying like, we're going to reach a broader market than that YouTuber, but we do have 1,600 viewers on YouTube. We're also on Rumble. We're also on Rockfin. So I thought maybe this can help Christina reach a broader audience, although I don't understand why it's so hard for any third party candidate or Green Party candidate to get attention from the mainstream media, because what's been happening in New Jersey, this is not fresh news with this nutsack Robert Menendez, okay? This guy has been embroiled in scandal since 2015, 2017. And let me give you some context to what's been going on in New Jersey in the framework of the United States two-party oligarchy duopoly. This recent scandal broke, I think, about a month ago, but this guy's been under investigation, Ed, and been involved in shenanigans. Like, from my perspective, what I was researching, at least 2015, 2017, he's been investigated. Why he's still allowed to be a congressman? Because he's part of the big club. This guy should resign decades ago, okay? But he's every other senator's colleague. They treat him with kid gloves. Now he's a foreign agent. He's been accused of literally acting as a foreign agent for Egypt. How is this not treason? How is this guy not forced to resign in disgrace? Let me go into the details as it comes from the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. And this was reported last month, September 22nd. U.S. Senator Robert Menendez, his wife, and 3 New Jersey businessmen charged with bribery offenses. He allegedly agreed to use his official position to benefit Wael Hana, Jose Uribe, Fred Daibes, and the government of Egypt in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes to Menendez and his wife Nadine Menendez, which included gold bars, cash, and a luxury convertible.
Damn.
And instead of resigning in disgrace, he doubles down and says he's going to fight it. He's going to stay there. And he's probably got all the lobbyists and donors supporting him that are going to empower him to do that, because he doesn't represent people in New Jersey's interest. He represents his special interests. Go ahead, Ed.
And of course, that's how most members of Congress are operating, which is why he thinks that he can just keep rolling along without any accountability, because a lot of people in Congress are doing the same thing.
Yeah. And I wanted to lay some groundwork and provide some context before we bring his challenger on. The article goes on to say, I mean, people have probably already followed this in the national news circuit, but the district attorney, the U.S. Attorney's Office reports 3 New Jersey. Okay, so the indictment was unsealed against charging U.S. Senator Robert Menendez, his wife Nadine, and 3 New Jersey businessmen with participating in a years-long bribery scheme. The indictment alleges that Menendez and his wife Nadine accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes from Hana, Uribe, and Daibes in exchange for Menendez's agreement to use his official position to protect and enrich them and to benefit the government of Egypt. Among other things, Menendez agreed and sought to pressure a senior official at the U.S. Department of Agriculture in an effort to protect a business monopoly granted to Hana by Egypt, disrupt a criminal case undertaken by the New Jersey Attorney General's Office related to associates of Uribe, and disrupt a federal criminal prosecution brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of New Jersey against Daibes. Menendez, Nadine Menendez, Hana, Uribe, and Daibes are expected to appear in federal court in Manhattan on Wednesday, September 27th, at 10:30 a.m. This guy, Menendez, is awfully busy doing the business of foreign nationals instead of those in his district, doesn't it seem? Which is why not only should the guy should have been, can you impeach a senator? What's the process by getting rid of a senator? I mean, I know it's an investigation and we got to let the courts play out and do all this other bullshit, but this guy has been on the radar as being nothing but a corrupt piece of garbage for years now. So here's the details on the previous history. Let's see here. Between 2018 and 2022, they agreed to and accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bribes by Hana, Daibes, and Uribe. The bribes included gold, cash, and a luxury convertible payment, payments towards Nadine Menendez's home mortgage, compensation for a lower no-show job. What? How is this guy still serving in the Senate? So I don't want to give this jag off too much time in our conversation tonight because I do want to bring on our guest. All right. Now, before I bring on our guest, I want to share that this is not the first time somebody has challenged Menendez. Let's go to the previous run in New Jersey, by which he was challenged by another Green Party candidate who is now not only endorsing the current candidate against Menendez, but also helping her campaign. So this is a statement from Madeline Hoffman. Let me make sure that this is coming up all right. Great, it is, so I can share some graphics here. Statement from Madeline Hoffman regarding Senator Menendez, who we just talked about. Now, this was released October 10th. Madeline Hoffman, my name is Madeline Hoffman. In 2018, I was the Green Party of New Jersey's candidate for U.S. Senate against Senator Bob Menendez. I came in third, highest vote getter of the independents. I ran against the senator primarily on the issues, even though I could have spoken out against his alleged corruption scandal at the time. He faced possible jail time then as now, but I focused on his opposition to the Iran deal, his unwavering support of Israel's apartheid state. How timely. His support for the terrible ongoing economic blockade of Cuba and the treatment of South America as a U.S. colony, instead of as a group of independent sovereign states. Latin America has enough resources to sustain themselves and many others if allowed to establish and run their own economies. Menendez never opposed economic sanctions unilaterally imposed by the U.S. on countries like Venezuela and Nicaragua. His policies went so much against my own position that I felt it was more productive to challenge him on them and not his alleged corruption. So Madeline took the high road. A lot of good that did, right? Unfortunately. Domestically, Menendez was opposed to improve and expanded Medicare for all, and was very weak on the issues of the terrible treatment of immigrants held in ICE detention centers. They all are, Democrats and Republicans. Why isn't AOC off at the border wall crying again now that Biden is using funds he has no control over from the Trump administration to go add more wall? Remember we talked about that a couple of weeks back?
She doesn't have permission from Nancy to do that, Jerry.
That's right. Former drinker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. There were certainly enough real issues to campaign upon, but even though everyone knew that Menendez was politically vulnerable and many had shown a desire for a new U.S. senator, Menendez didn't resign or give way to a new Democratic Party candidate. Many of my colleagues and allies on the issues described above sharply criticized me for daring to run against a Democrat. This is what all third-party candidates go through. This is probably why our guest, Christina, is not getting mainstream media coverage. How dare you run against the two-party duopoly? Even stating that only quote unquote, the only quote unquote ethical choice for U.S. Senate in 2018 was Bob Menendez, because at least he wasn't a Republican. That's all they've got. That's all they've got.
That's all they have ever had.
We're not Trump. We're corporate fascists. We're not a fascist like Trump, but we're not Trump. Now here it is, almost 6 years later.
Jerry, I'm sorry. It's red fascists versus blue fascists. Let's make sure that we've got it straight here.
You're right. Now here it is, almost 6 years later, and Menendez hasn't changed his policy preferences. And to top it off, more charges of corruption have surfaced along with the 4 gold bars stored in his house. Good deal, Madeline. You're finally deciding to focus on the corruption. The Green Party prides itself on being independent of big-moneyed interests and thus more representative of the people than the entrenched political parties. Greens want to present an alternative to the bought and paid for Democrat-Republican duopoly, because if we don't, we know and continue to put into power those who use their power in line to line their pockets instead of passing policies that will improve our standard of living and quality of life. We're doomed. I may have moved to Colombia to speak out against U.S. policy in Latin America, but I still care about those in power in the U.S. I am glad that Christina Khalil is the Green Party of New Jersey's 2024 candidate for U.S. Senate against Senator Menendez. I support her every step of the way. It's way past time to vote green. Now, this comes sincerely, Madeline Hoffman, Parque Residencial Gradualias Manzana 1CS1, Cordoba, Quindío in Colombia, where she lives today. Now, I want to give some information, a bio on our guest before we bring her on. So let me bring up her. I'm sure she's just like chomping at the bit to come on since we're talking so much, and, you know, really hopefully setting up what will be a great conversation, because we're not journalists. We're not reporters. We're just here to like talk about things we're seeing that are important. We feel that should be on people's radar, especially when it comes to third-party candidates. So let me share a little bit about Christina Khalil, who's running as the Green Party candidate in New Jersey for Senate. Christina Khalil, she, her, hers, is a native of New Jersey, and she grew up in foster care where she overcame many trials and tribulations throughout her childhood and adult life. Christina has her BA in psychology. That's got to be helpful. I mean, I'm serious in like assessing this guy's sociopathy when she runs against him and makes her case. And her master's in social work, both from Ramapo College, which were both major accomplishments for her. And Christina believes that one of the true keys to freedom lies in education. In her free time, Christina has avidly volunteered for community organizations doing important work, such as the Bergen County LGBTQ+ Alliance. While obtaining her master's degree, Christina has worked on the front lines during the height of the pandemic at a medical detox facility and never quit school, while also volunteering at Hackensack High School. And I heard of some of Christina's trials and tribulations while she was working during the pandemic in that other broadcast. And I'm embarrassed I'm forgetting that other YouTuber's name, but I will ask Christina to share it when she comes on so we can give him credit. While working in the medical and substance abuse field, Christina noticed that our current elected leaders appeared detached from the reality of the current struggles that citizens of New Jersey face. Well, of course they are, because they're doing deals for Egypt, Christina. They gotta handle Egypt's business, not the citizens of New Jersey. And made a vow to herself that when it was her time to step up and work towards change, she would do just that. Christina's leadership and resiliency are unmatched, and she is the leader that New Jersey needs to fight to make the New Jersey citizens' quality of life better. Welcome, Christina.
Hi.
Did I set all that up correctly for you?
Yes, you did. I do also, it's not in the bio, I am a first generation. My family is from Egypt. So I am a first generation born here. The war on drugs actually disbanded my entire family, and the racism on immigrants also. So I didn't ever have a stable life. But in other podcasts, I have talked about, actually in a recent podcast, I actually talked about really the highlight of my childhood and growing up. So like I was emancipated at the age of 16, and I had to put myself through school, and it was definitely a journey, but I'm really happy I was able to like finish that. I don't even know where to start. You said so much.
Well, I didn't want to take too much thunder from you as far as being able to have a conversation, but look, we're a local Chicago show, but now we're talking about national issues more often.
Yes.
Chicago Corner is a program about all the issues, not just Chicago, but it's from a Chicago point of view. So when Shane Coughlin, one of our patrons and a good friend, told me that he was working on your campaign. He's your campaign manager?
Coordinator.
Okay. So Shane introduced us, and I said, well, yeah, we would like to. At first, I wasn't sure how to frame this until he said, oh, she's running against Menendez. And I'm like, oh, well, then there's the national connection. Everybody knows about Menendez. Menendez's corruption is not specific or exclusive to New Jersey. We have corrupt Democrats and Republicans across the country, and you're the third-party breath of fresh air that's challenging them in New Jersey, as we see other third-party candidates rising up to challenge other corrupt candidates all across the country. Unfortunately, as we recently saw Dianne Feinstein shuffle off the mortal coil, someone's going to be appointed there who will probably be strong enough because Newsom appoints them, and good luck for a third-party candidate to like get their stranglehold off of things as they're serving their donors. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. But Christina represents Green Party, any third-party candidate that's rising up against these horribly corrupt senators and Congress people. And Christina, from your perspective, how has this guy survived so long, given the litany of allegations and investigations? And how can he run the state and still be allowed to run the state when all this stuff is? I guess that's what surprises me. I did my research before the show. I wasn't able to go into a real deep dive, but tell us, how and why is this guy still serving in New Jersey, given everything that's been going on since 2018, and including how it clearly impacts his ability to serve New Jersey citizens if it was ever even something that was important to him?
Before 2018, because in 2016 or 2017, I actually read it on another show. His victims came forward and they still reelected him.
His victims from the car. Which victims?
The underage girls in DR.
Well, I didn't even hear that part of it. Okay, so share this with us.
Okay, so his best friend, I can't remember the guy's name. He was from Florida, the doctor from Florida. They were involved in a Medicare scandal, millions of dollars for Medicare. They embezzled. Menendez threw his friend under the bus. At the same time, while he was going to trial for his first indictment, his victims from DR came forward, and they loved underage girls. And these girls came forward and said, I don't want them. I'm scared for my life. They didn't reveal their names. They were just like, I'm trusting you because I don't want other girls to be hurt like we were hurt. Those girls vanished. They swept everything under the rug. And then they continued to support him, and they reelected him. I'm like, that is so funny, because if it was, and then these guys are saying Trump's bad, Trump's bad, Trump's bad, but then you have Trump's twin, but vote blue no matter who. So you got I guess Trump's not that bad if you're supporting this guy, and he's doing everything the same as Trump. But the thing with U.S. Senate, we actually work, and the reason why I picked his spot. So I did the research. I decided in 2018 I was going to run, and I had to do a whole bunch of research, and I have more policies I do have to put up on my website and finalize things. But it was more, how can I make realistic changes and on a federal level? So I'm a federal candidate. I would be making changes throughout the country. I do represent the state of New Jersey, but I'm also international. How can I repair this country, rebuild the relationships, and also heal and save every citizen and make everything very realistic? Because there are a lot of campaigns out there, and a lot of the things people are like, how are you going to do this? I see what you have planned, but how are you going to do this? And then at the same time, lower taxes, make them non-existent. So I was able to come up with a plan that would take like 5 hours to explain, but it would be all these issues: universal health care, clean water, clean air, housing, climate. Everything is a federal issue. There's nothing. So the important things to focus on when it comes to just the everyday people. Let me back up.
You know what, Christine? Here, this might help you, Christina. I apologize. I said Christine. I have a cousin Christine, and my sister's named Christina, and I often like to call me whatever. Okay. Maybe this can kind of help us focus, though, as far as what the issues are, because you do have, and I'm not going to read from them because I want you to share with us, but you do have the issues on your website. So let's just kind of go through. I'll let you share your thoughts or your solutions to the issues as they're shared on your website. The first one is immigration. Tell us what your thoughts are on immigration and how you see solving that issue.
Okay, immigration. America is the only country in the entire world where we are a melting pot. And even what's going on in Palestine, it impacts American citizens. You are killing families of American citizens because we have Palestinians living in this country, and you're telling them that, ignore their family, the sacrifice, or whatever their perverted personal reasons are. That's another issue that we could talk about. But it's redesigning immigration, removing ICE, and putting more immigration lawyers, better screeners, and even implementing community resources. So when people go integrate into society, they can go and they can have members within the communities that help guide them. Okay, this is housing, because a lot of people, they don't speak English when they come here.
We're dealing with this crisis here in Chicago. No doubt you've seen Abbott has been Look, we're very we're a sanctuary city. Yeah, but we're overwhelmed. And one of the things I don't want to throw you off path here, but one of the things we talked about in a previous show was that through my research, it literally takes some migrants or immigrants 10 years to get citizenship. So right off the bat, why does it take? Why when our grandparents came over, right? I'm of Greek descent. I'm second generation. They came right through. There was no delay. Well, because they needed immigrants then for manual labor. And then once all the infrastructure in the United States was built, now they made it harder for immigrants to get in. So first of all, I just want to toss this into maybe what some of your solutions are. The path to citizenship should not take 10 years. And the suggestions you're putting in there, get rid of ICE, integrate, more of the communities to provide some of that support. we wouldn't have an inflow of migrants that we need to help in sanctuary if we made the path to citizenship not take so goddamn long.
And it's also nearly, sorry to cut you off, but it's also nearly impossible. I've actually had to help people because as social work, you wear many hats and you do a lot of community work, but I've actually had to help people apply for their citizenship. And you can't get in contact with anyone. I could not even tell you the actual, like, I've done it, and it was through YouTube videos where, you know, I've had to learn how to fill out paperwork. But there's no one packet you get and you fill everything out. You have to find this form there. You have to find this other form here. If you can't figure out the form, if you can't find it in your language, it's nearly impossible.
Bureaucracy is insane.
Yeah. And when you're calling it, especially with COVID and after COVID, when you're calling like the immigration centers, like, oh, I need help, nobody answers. You're leaving a voice message. No one gets back to you. And then you're stuck. And then you're saying, oh, that these people should have gotten their citizenship. But it's an impossible process to complete. And not one person on a federal level is saying, let's redesign it. But with the decrease in the population, we do need immigrants. This is not a child-friendly country. We need people to come in and to pick up work. And also when people do come in, there's a 6 months to 12 months wait, depending on what state, before they can get their working papers. So you have people sitting here that want to work, that they can't work, and then they're working under the table, and they wind up being exposed to a whole bunch of other abuse and stuff. But we need to make the process easier so that way everyone's integrated. This is a flowing thing. We want all the wheels to work one way.
And it's not a child-friendly country, and our population is diminishing because newly married couples or couples of whatever, they can't afford kids.
No, they
cannot afford to raise a family. So our population's going down. Meanwhile, everybody's screaming, oh, they're taking our jobs. Which jobs? The agricultural jobs that no American wants to take because it's backbreaking work that wouldn't even pay them a living wage? Why don't you guys go after these companies that are hiring the illegal immigrants, illegal migrants, whatever you want to call them, undocumented workers, because they know that they can get away with paying literally slave wages because they don't want to pay Americans a living wage. And those Americans that can't make a living wage can't have families, can't increase the pot. It's all connect the dots. And nobody looks at the logic of this was a melting pot. Our country was born out of immigration. And when I hear people now whose grandparents came over as immigrants carrying on about, well, they have to do it legally. They have to go through the process. It's like, do you understand the process now? It's not like it was when people were arriving at Ellis Island that gave you the privilege and the gift of being here 2 generations later.
Yeah, and one of the clients that I've worked with, and I hope that someone was able to figure out because I was no longer working with the company, but he came in, he worked for the state of New Jersey for over 30 years, was able to create a pension, but because his immigration status was frozen, and it was frozen out of racism, he was not able to collect his pension. And nobody was able to pick up. And when we did get in contact, they're like, it's just processing. It's frozen. It's like, well, how is it processing and frozen for over 30 years? There's no logic there.
No. Or, the quickest and easiest way is do military service. And if you survive in some war zone, then maybe we'll give you the citizenship is the other thing.
It's still a maybe.
It's the Hunger Games. Ed, I don't want to dominate the conversation with Christina here. Do you have anything you want to?
That's okay. I guess all I can really say is, to speak to the population thing is that we just recently, it was just recently reported in the state of Illinois that our population has not gone down because we have an influx of immigrants coming in. The running story with a lot of news outlets and people who like either hate Chicago or hate the state is that we're all taxed to death and that's why everybody's leaving. And you can have a little bit of an argument for that, although most of that isn't really that accurate. But the truth is, we're underreported in the census because we have migrants coming in, and I would imagine a lot of them are just not getting listed as being people who are here.
And I agree. And then I do like to bring up, and I brought it up in other podcasts, this is just a little off topic with how we're not a child-friendly country, is we have this abortion, and I'm very pro-choice, but what I'm not supportive is that it's the only choice for some people because we're so not child-friendly. And I've had to help so many families make the tough decision of termination because childcare is unaffordable, food's unaffordable, housing's unaffordable, and our current policies are forcing them to terminate their own families, and nobody really talks about that part. And then having to do the trauma therapy with them because they really wanted that family, but our current failed leaders are forcing people, this is your only choice to have. You can't have a kid. And that takes away from so many wonderful could have been parents, because now it's like, it's no longer a joy when people, for my experience working in my communities, it's not even a joy or excitement anymore when a person's like test positive on the pregnancy test. It's fear. How can I really do this? Can I have these kids? What are we going to, is my job going to fire me? Am I going to lose health insurance? What if this is a high risk pregnancy? What if the kid has a disability? Or am I going to be able to afford rent? What's going to happen? So it's fear that goes through people's minds. And I'm pro-choice when all the options are laid out. And I don't want to bash abortion because it does save lives, but I want us to be a child-friendly state because those families that I've worked with have been so impacted by poor policies.
Christina, I don't think anybody is pro-abortion. It's pro-choice for exactly the reasons you just stated. This is I've heard, I'm a guy, so I feel like I'm not supposed to have an opinion on this, but I can say if I were a woman and I supporting women, deciding to terminate a pregnancy is a very, very, very difficult decision. And it's nobody else's decision to make. Because I don't think that, maybe there's a small percentage of people that are kind of, very, very, I don't know, lackadaisical. Well, it's solving a problem. But I would say more people than less have a very, very difficult choice to face because of all the issues that you brought up. And it's nobody else's business to tell a woman what she can do with her body. Okay. Yeah. They're the government is all, well, we don't want to tell you what to do anywhere except in your bedroom. Right. Mm-hmm. Republicans, conservatives, what did Ronald Reagan say? If the government comes to help you, those are scary words or something. It's like, so the government should have their hands off everything. But why do they have their hands on a woman's right to choose? I would also say a lot of, my opinion is that a lot of religious extreme right conservatives feel that they want to make sure that women have babies, even if the woman can't afford the child, given various circumstances, to add to the population of more white people in this country. Yeah.
And right? That's horrible. Yeah.
And that's horrible. But here's the other thing too. They don't want to support those kids with welfare if the woman has the baby, right, and needs a social safety net. Well, then, it's you've got to have pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We're protect the fetus, forget the kid afterwards is what it's all about. There's so much of a hypocritical contradiction with that as far as the abortion issue. And again, I don't think that's an easy choice for any woman to make, but it's certainly not a choice anybody should have any impact on influencing. If you're religious and you have your views, fine, keep them to yourself, exercise them in your own life as it comes to your reproductive rights, but you've got no right to dictate to other people something that's going to be very difficult for them to have to sort out on their own.
And a lot of people don't realize just even going through that process, that's trauma by itself. It's just like a miscarriage.
Yeah.
And it's even worse when you're looking at it and it wasn't even your choice. It was the poor policies that forced you to make this choice.
Yeah.
So it's just like and I've had to also work with fathers too that felt like they were less of a husband or less of a man because they were just like, I can't provide, I can't afford this, and they were part of the decision. And it's just rehealing. Just for everyone, I'm a therapist, so I do a lot of family therapy and trauma-informed therapy and individual therapy too. So that's where I'm coming with this. But it's so even changing that, it's making everything affordable, and even doing FDR, removing, and this is where I'm going to go into affordable housing now, my policy. So we have the Rothschild Act that was placed in way before I was, maybe also before you guys were born too. FDR time.
Yeah, before we were born for sure.
Everybody was born. He actually, there was two things he did. He created a federal policy to actually stop inflation from going up and keeping rent and food at a certain price, and pushing that law and reenacting it and giving that law more life, so that way we can all catch up. And giving, if you're refusing to do a living wage, then okay, you're refusing to do a living wage, but then we got to drop the prices federally and say if we're going to match the minimum wage, then rent has to match the minimum wage as well. So it's also challenging the establishment when in office. You have two choices, because everyone deserves to, if you work one job, you deserve to be able to live, eat food, have access to clean water, and be able to have money left over. The second thing, when it comes to the Rothschild Act, they actually put up limitations to prevent everyone from building zoning laws. So the affordable housing, give me one sec. I'm thinking how.
Yeah, let me also, while you're catching up with your thought there, as I was going through the issues on your website, just wrapping up immigration, investment in immigration lawyers, community support, mental health support for asylum seekers, and immediate pathways to citizenship, including paperwork and support the moment they arrive. Now we're going to jump ahead over a couple topics to housing, but we'll come back to the other ones. But it was a good segue into the housing crisis. So
because we want people that even migrate here to be able to afford housing. So all my policies are a domino impact. One leads to another, and the other leads to another, and then the entire country is going to work like a good oil machine. And that everything's going to uplift everybody. So with the Rothschild Act, it's affordable housing. We've created zoning laws. So when it comes to affordable housing, you can knock it down and rebuild it, but you can't develop more affordable housing. And now we're seeing all these pilot programs. And I know in the state of New Jersey, I'm keeping track of everything. I'm sure it's across the entire country as well. So with these pilot programs, you are supposed to have like a percentage of it. And I'll speak for New Jersey. Maybe I doubt it, but maybe the other states are following the laws. But a percentage of the affordable housing, like 20 or 30%, you're supposed to be able to accept Section 8 and affordability. In New Jersey, they're not doing that. If you can't afford a $2,000-$3,000 rent, then you don't deserve to live here. We knock down your houses. We don't care. We're building this.
Parking lots.
Yes.
You talked about in that other interview. Who was that other gentleman, the African-American host you were with? He did a great interview with you. I forget, just to give him credit, because that helped me with my research. It was Policial Gamer. I didn't remember getting his name, but his channel was Policial Gamer, I think it was.
I want to say it's Terrence.
Okay, Terrence. Cool.
I can send you his information afterwards.
Yeah, that's cool. I just wanted to reference him because there was a lot of good stuff there that helped me prepare for this interview, and I want.
Oh yeah. So and also like I am a little nervous because this is live. Usually I'm so used to being recorded.
This is like we're having coffee. We're sitting in the bar having. This is just so laid back. This is not, again, just have fun with it. Don't worry about it being live. You're doing great.
Thank you. So it's amending the Rothschild Act and creating more opportunities so we can build affordable housings. And it's not even also just so everyone buys a house, because there are some people that want apartments too. But it's creating an equal opportunity for all, and also making that a federal regulation. So that way we amended that act, more affordable housing can be built, and for the luxury apartments, holding people accountable so that way you have to do that 20-30% of affordability. There is no difference. Everybody in my eyes are equal. So if you are on Section 8, you are just as important as somebody who has $100,000 in their bank account. There's no dollar price on a human being, because we all contribute into running this society. And without it's not just without the residents of this country inputting their hard work every single day, America would fall. Like, the corporations don't exist without us, and America does not exist without us.
Well, what a breath of fresh air to hear this. Why aren't we hearing this from Menendez? Oh, I know, because he's too busy helping Egypt.
Yes, and
covering his own ass.
Yeah.
Yes, and then even going back to why he's still in power, the entire New Jersey Democrat, I've been threatened. I've lost job opportunities. My job has been threatened because I'm running against him. And one of the
Well, wait, Dave, you know that your job's that he's okay. We're speculating he's behind some efforts to like threaten your job because you're running against him.
Oh no, I already got threatened. So the law in New Jersey says I'm not allowed to use my position of power to
subvert.
say I want to get donations or endorsements.
Okay.
And I would never do that because that goes against my license. I'm a professional at the end of the day. I just have to say common sense policies and you're going to fall in love with it anyway. And I already fight for the people because of my reputation in the community. So then you already know who I am at the end of the day. And I have receipts to prove who I am. So they actually, for me, they amended that law and they said, I'm not allowed to, just for me. And they put it in an email. I can send you the email. They said, I'm not allowed to ask for any donations or endorsements. So if someone wants to endorse or donate, they have to do it of their own free will. Then
I took my jaw off the floor as you're telling me this. I was like,
yeah. Oh, wait.
really?
There's so much more.
God almighty.
Then I went on a job interview and I really liked the job. And they said, you can't run for office. And I'm like, oh, okay. So she obviously Googled me because that was very specific. And I've never been told that on a job interview ever. And I was like, well, I am running as a Green Party against Menendez. And I'm running because the people are suffering. And she's like, don't you think that's picking sides? And I'm just like,
oh my God. Yeah, your side to help you.
I'm just like, well, no, because in this world, it's corporations or the people. And I'm like, yes, I'm picking the side of the people because they're suffering. I'm not seeing the problem here. I obviously didn't get the job because, I'm not dropping out. She's like, I really would like you, but if I give you the opportunity, you'd have to drop out. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think I'm going to get this opportunity because I'm going to follow this through. And then.
You know why you can't help the people, Christina?
Yeah.
You can call it single payer a Canadian way. Only socialized medicine will ever save the day. Come on now, let me hear that dirty word. Socialism!
To be labeled as a socialist.
And then
how dare we care about other people?
Especially in the medical area.
Oh my God. So the entire COVID, that's another issue too that I went through.
Yeah, that's a can of worms though.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But I called some friends that were already in office and they said that they would support me, but they would not come out against Menendez because they're scared. And then I started getting the same response from everyone. I'm like, okay, how am I supposed to, build my campaign if you guys?
What are you afraid of? He's rotten, corrupt to the core. So I guess what they're afraid of is the fact that he's literally a gangster. If he can keep that fear over people to support you when he's clearly unfit for service.
Yeah, but he's not the only one. Then another person told me, you can't just run for office because you want to. It's a popularity contest, Christina. And I'm quoting him. You have to wait to be asked. And I'm just like, excuse me?
By who?
By whoever wants you to replace them. I'm like, excuse me? And this came from a Democrat. And because we were friends, I was trying to get his support, and he was just like, and he was involved in his own scandal too. But I was just like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, you have to be approached, you have to be asked. Like, you don't just like pick up and say, I want to work for people. You don't pick up and say, I want to run for office. So I'm like, yes, you do. It's about the best policies. Who's the best person? And he was like, no, it's a popularity contest. It's who do they like more that's already in office. And I'm like, that's not how it's going to, that's not how it should work. How am I supposed to help the people that are dying every day? Because I have to deal with people with drug addiction. I have to deal with people with suicide. I have to deal with people with mental health. I have to deal with people with their families broken up. And with ICE, and no one in office is talking about how ICE impact. I had a teenager come to me. When ICE takes families, it's never quiet. It's never come with me. Let's talk. It's fucking violent. Excuse my language.
No, go ahead. You can use whatever language you want here.
It's fucking violent.
No, crazy. It's the indignity. They literally they engage.
Do it in front of the kids.
Yeah.
And
they escalate the indignity of it.
They cause so much generational trauma. I had a teenager addicted to heroin come into me because of the trauma ICE caused in New Jersey, the amount of people that are self-medicating. And he was such a great student, such a grade A student, perfect. ICE came in and destroyed him. They destroyed him because he took his parent away, and he felt so helpless and so angry. So he started hurting himself, and he dropped out of school. And how am I supposed to say, getting him, he kept coming back to me because he couldn't stop relapsing because of the pain. How do I even start with that healing journey? And he's not the only one. And then you're telling people, oh, you're American citizens. Okay, so we have American citizens. And then you're saying, oh, we're a country for family. Okay, so we're a country for family. But then you pick and choose who's family and who's important. And you don't even think about the impacts of the people that you're harming.
And you have to wait to be asked to run.
Yeah. And then
I tell you, we got a club, right? Republicans, Democrats, what's the difference? You know, your guys, my guys, our guys, us guys. It's a club. So why don't we just have a drink? You? No?
Oh my God, I really like that video. I really like
that. That I kept the Bulworth clips from that Warren Beatty movie, because he's playing this candidate who's finally tired of keeping up this facade, and he's just like, fuck it, I'm just going to say what it's all about. So when we have and you're one of the few candidates we've had on for a while, so forgive me for injecting those, just to highlight the absurdity of what we're talking about, but it's so apropos.
It's true, because Menendez is still in office and still in power because of the friendships.
Right.
People were putting in their resignation of Menendez, and then 2 weeks later. So it's not just Menendez is a gangster; they're all gangsters.
Yeah, they're all.
And they all run the show.
It's like a cartel. It is the congressional cartel of the two families, the Republicans and the Democrats.
Because even Cory Booker was hanging out with Chris Christie.
Oh God, he's another one.
Oh yeah, no, we need
Booker
to
the hooker.
Booker
I used to call him Booker the Big Pharma hooker, because he acted like he was all for healthcare for all. But boy, oh boy, when it came to passing laws to make it more affordable, no, he wasn't going to have any of it, because he was taking donations from the pharmaceutical cartels.
Yeah, and so they all hang out together. So Menendez is in power. A whole bunch of people put out the resignations, and then they started pulling back the resignations, their letters of him resigning. And they said, one guy posted, I sent some people the screenshots. I'll send it to Shane to send to you. One guy posted that the New Jersey Democrats in Hudson County pulled back their letter of Menendez resigning because he never wrote it. He said, someone in my office just put it together and posted it. They started saying other people started writing it. And then I got a text message saying, Menendez is our friend, so we're not going to support your campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen tuning in, we have Christina Khalil, who's running for U.S. Senate, Green Party candidate in New Jersey. But this is not just a New Jersey issue. This is why we're talking to her.
This is a country issue.
She's going to be helping people in New Jersey. But if more candidates step forward, third-party candidates like Christina, this is what they're all facing. So this conversation is not just exclusive to her candidacy in New Jersey.
Well, I'm not just helping people in New Jersey. I'm helping people across the country.
Right.
Every law is going to help uplift every single person. So going back to the Menendez scandal, it was just, and then his wife, it came out 2-3 weeks ago.
She was involved in a drunk driving accident,
and
it was covered up.
It wasn't just the police and Menendez covering up. The entire corporate, all the elected officials covered it up with him. Not one person went out. And Menendez is one of the highest donors, and Israel supports. And even his replacement supports Israel. And that's another issue, because we don't have anyone besides me that is saying, let's go in and let's discuss peace. Let's go in and discuss unity. Because I know we're also talking about what's happening with Palestine, but what's not on the mainstream media is the Zionists in Israel are attacking Jewish people for standing up to Palestine.
Yeah.
And it's horrendous to seeing the violence that they're causing Jewish children, Jewish adults going into the religious centers.
Rabbis, people of faith there.
Rabbis.
Why don't you chime in on this?
Yeah, I'm just like, what is going on? Because it's not a a Palestine Jewish issue because this is much bigger.
It's a Zionist Hamas issue
Yeah.
and colonizing a region that, again, has everything to do with like biblical fairy tales, not the fact that, what do you think is going to happen when you go into a region and decide, well, yeah, there are people who live here, but we're going to start pushing you out because we want to give Jews their own homeland. We could have given them a state in the United States of America to avoid all this. I'm not joking. People think, oh, Jerry, that's ridiculous. No, it's not. With the amount of Jewish people who live in the United States, you could have given them a state here, wherever they wanted, right? Instead of deciding, well, no, we're gonna decide to completely displace the entire population of a region of Palestine, relegate them to a certain area, and that area starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller as the years pass, to the point where, I'm sorry, the Zionists are acting like Nazis. Short of concentration camps, they're engaging in the same kind of war crimes that the Nazis engaged in against Jews during World War II. And it's despicable, and I cannot believe I'm seeing that. Well, again, it's not Jews, it's the Zionists. It's the ones who are specifically focused on, well, we are entitled to this region, and it doesn't matter who we displace, it doesn't matter what war crimes we engage in. The Bible said we need to have this region at the expense of all the inhumanities and atrocities that we're committing. And people all over the Jews went through something in World War II, so I get behind them on this, and it's like, no.
Doesn't give them license to violate half of the 10 Commandments while they're doing it.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the hypocrisy in just saying that is astounding to me, that more people are not speaking up at this point.
They're afraid to, Ed. The reason they're not speaking up, and I've seen this all over social media. Why? If you speak out against Israel, you're an anti-Semite. There's nothing anti-Semitic about calling out war crimes and genocide.
And the Zionists are anti-Semite because
they are. They're the anti-Semites. Projection.
And also the Palestinians are a Semitic people.
Yeah.
They're all the children of Abraham.
It's just so devastating. So and then not only that, on an international level, like I always say this, it all started in Africa and it's all going to end with Africa. The moment Africa breaks from the West, we're all screwed.
Well, we stopped that from happening when we assassinated Gaddafi, who wanted to create an African currency. And that's when they decided to go into Libya. We're not going to have that, because the United States dollar's got to be the dominant currency in the world. So Africa's going to have its own currency and its own economy. No. That's why Gaddafi was taken out. I mean, look, Gaddafi wasn't the greatest guy in the world, but he wanted to unite people in that region because of years of oppression, colonization, exploitation of resources by the West and other countries. Of course, we can't have that.
Well, they already started living in Gaddafi's legacy because Putin came in, that was his friend, and they just separated South Africa from the West. And in 3 years, I was just reading with BRICS, the dollar's going to be completely dismantled in 3 years through BRICS. It's going to be different currency forming.
We're going to face a whole other set of problems because of that.
The petrodollar is definitely going to take a hit. I don't know what the normal U.S. dollar is going to do, because I mean, the dollar was never originally linked to the oil that U.S. could produce. It was just, look, people got to pay federal taxes in order to give money value. But then they created this petrodollar, and then everything got way out of hand with the value of our currency.
I want to share Fred Edward. We integrate our viewer comments here, Christina. So Fred Edward shared, Gaza is a walled concentration camp. It is. Okay, Fred, yes. Yep. I guess what I meant was the only thing the Israelis haven't engaged in yet are the gas chambers. Although they're doing the same thing, by the way. They're bombing Gaza and the civilians in that area.
They are dropping white phosphorus bombs, and that is technically gassing them.
So they are finally.
That's biological weapons. They're banned internationally, and yet somehow they're fine with Israel doing it.
I want to be careful, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. At which point I'm branded as an anti-Semite.
I'm just trying to help with the education and the confirmation. So,
and I like Ed's new phrase for the Zionists, the Zion Nazis, because that's what they're acting like. They're Zion Nazis.
And it also speaks volumes because we have Putin, and Putin's supposed to be this evil guy, but all of a sudden he looks like this hero because he's the only one speaking up and calling everything out. How bad are we that Putin looks like he's the fucking hero of the world? Like, how you
yeah.
have
I mean, look, here's the thing. There are different degrees, Christina, of thugs in high leadership. I mean, Putin is clearly a thug in other ways that, well, other ways, maybe not. We know that he's engaged in, assassinations of his people who've challenged him. But, can we say that U.S. Politicians haven't engaged in the same kind of
or the CIA?
Of course they have. We just don't have the hard evidence of it. So they're all the same. That's the problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, like, he's the only leader saying we need to do something about to protect Palestine. We need to have this figured out. He's the only person speaking up, while United States, and we're a melting pot, and we have Palestinians in this country with their families over there, and they're not. They're keeping quiet, and even Rashida Tlaib, and she's not going to respond. I said, how painful is it that the party you represent is supporting complete genocide of your own people?
There's no irony lost on me regarding all the Americans I see on social media and in conversation saying, well, why aren't the Egyptians accepting all the Palestinians into their country? They're Muslims too. But I'm like, really? So what you're saying is Egypt should take in migrants as a result of like what the bad policies of Israel. But, what about the bad policies of the United States that destabilize South American countries? But why don't we should be taking in the migrants from the regions that we're destabilizing, but we're not. So what I'm saying is so many Americans who are pointing the finger at Egypt that they should take them in don't want to take in the migrants from countries that the United States is destabilizing. So a little hypocrisy there, or what?
Well, yeah, no, very much hypocrisy. And they don't understand that Israel put a wall between Egypt and Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't. So knowing Palestinians, thank you for the compliment. Knowing Palestinians and actually being close with a lot of them, you can't leave Gaza when you're in there. So for medical emergencies, for anything, you have to get permission. Oh. And for example, like my one friend, he was a professor in America, and when he got the what was it, grant, scholarship, permission to come to America to be a professor, even with all his papers, they were still trying to prevent him from leaving. He had to get the UN involved, and they had to argue with them to let him through. So if it's in a medical emergency, medical doctor, there's no really serious resources that you can't just leave. You can't do that. And even the roadway to Egypt, that's destroyed. There is no out. So it's not, we can take them in Egypt, and then Egypt's corrupt in itself. That's a whole other issue that I have to tackle, because we have Egyptians in America that are suffering because their family. So Egypt, it's not just you that suffers. It's so if they have a law, they'll even arrest your own family. So that's a whole other issue that I have to take care of when I'm elected. Then I have to rebuild the relationship with Africa so we can keep the resources flowing, but we can also uplift their community and take accountability and also amend. So one of my favorite phrases is accountability breaks insanity. We keep going in this vicious circle, and we keep saying we're going to do the same thing and we're going to hope everything changes. So when
definition of insanity.
The definition of insanity, right? So when I'm elected, I'm going to be the leader that takes accountability, and I'm going to hold the weight. I'm going to say, I understand this is the history, and I already have, like, Madeline's part of my international coordinate. She's my international coordinator, and she's part of the campaign. I already understand how America's impacted other countries, and just going in and saying, you know what, this is what we did. What can we do to rebuild the relationship? Let me hear from your side. How can I uplift you? How can we get this trust back? How can we rebuild a healthy relationship? And most of the people that I've already talked to, we want schools, we want hospitals, we want good medical care. In Uganda right now, we're working on, me and Terrence, the one I had the interview with, we're actually working on trying to collect, well, we don't want to collect donations of money. We actually want to get hospitals or companies to donate incubators, because there's a part in Uganda, they're trying to raise money, and they have a 100% mortality rate when it comes to premature babies. There are no incubators there. And we want to be able to bring in incubators, and Terrence can actually set it up to be solar paneled. So if electricity goes out or anything goes out, they have days of solar panel energy backed up. So that's something we're trying to do already. And that's even before election. How can we start getting people to trust us? How can we start repairing relationships? And then Madeline's also in Colombia, and she's not just in Colombia, she's also traveling to Peru. She's also doing a whole bunch of things. And how can we start showing we're here for the people? Just get us in office. We're already building the roadmap. We already have the blueprint. We're already getting the relationships. How can, now we just need to put it in power, get us in office and let us move forward.
Let me speak to that too. First of all, really quickly, I want to thank KRTD Media for the $10 super chat. Christina, I love everything you're saying, and you can be on tonight as long as you want. My point here is that I really want to. I love what you're saying, but we got to get you elected in New Jersey as senator first before all these things can happen. So I do want to kind of get back to your policy, and I have no problem talking about what's happening in Israel and Palestine, because clearly it's an emotional issue for all of us that we're witnessing. But I want you to be able to use this interview, share it all over social media so people know what you're about, what your policies are, so we can get this scumbag Menendez out. You can get elected as a Green Party nominee to the Senate and handle all of these issues that are on your website. So let's shift into what you're, and I didn't mean to derail you from that. I want to hear more what you're saying. But again, let's get you elected, and let's talk about your policies to get you elected, so all this stuff can happen. Let's shift into the issues, your thoughts on climate change.
Okay, so and researching the Green New Deal, there's two different versions. So the Green Party Green New Deal is a very ethical version of it. Turns out the duopoly's version of the Green New Deal is an extremely unethical version of it. I am still learning. I know the ethical version of it, we're using more renewable resources. I just know the unethical version. It actually involves like a form of slavery in other countries where they're not getting paid and what they've already been doing.
And carbon credits.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
So I still have to if you're more knowledge on the unethical version, feel free to speak, because I still have to do more research on the unethical version.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you're being transparent about that, because at the climate change area in your website, what stands out here is also holding corporations accountable by combating destructive projects like the Willow Project and Mountain Valley Pipelines, oil spills, etc. I recently watched a documentary called The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It that spoke so much to fossil fuels and nuclear energy, and how for the past 100 years we've been engaged in this. I mean, even electric cars or solar energy relies on fossil fuels, and the value of like what it costs to get to energy that's supposedly clean, that let's say 100% of the energy that they're outputting is like diminished 70 or 80% by the time it's delivered, because of using fossil fuels or coal or nuclear energy to like get it to your meter. So even solar energy. So yeah, but a lot of the problems with climate change too is that so much of what we're dealing with has to do with pollution, with holding corporations accountable for polluting the environment and not engaging in, I guess, research and efforts to create more sustainable, clean energy. And that's something that you're looking at?
Yes, and it's when I get elected, because I have to get elected, our world is in need of people like me. It's also bringing in professionals, because again, I'm not I'm researching, but I have to go in with the open mind that I'm never going to know everything. And that's where it's having other ethical people on my team that says, Christina, I don't think this is a good idea. This research and the science behind this says this is better. I'm going to be someone that looks at science, that looks at research, that looks at validity of the research and says, okay, this is what I'm going to follow through with. I'm not going to be somebody that's going on emotion, and I'm not knocking religion at all or my religious beliefs. I'm going to go in it with, okay, this is the evidence base. This is how I got to move forward. This is what the voters are saying. This is what the people are saying. Okay, let me be very transparent. Let me listen to them and let me work for them. And let me make sure I'm not harming other people while I work for them.
Every candidate has to delegate to experts. And clearly, I mean, you're an expert in psychology and counseling. But I mean, you're talking about learning this stuff. And you are going to have to delegate to experts that you trust, who are looking at the science and not looking at the other things, because it's the science that's going to dictate what directions to go in. For the past 100 years, our mainstream media has been controlled by the fossil fuel industries.
Yeah.
And the nuclear energy companies to like literally hide information, to subvert information about we're at this tipping point now because mainstream media hasn't allowed the truth to come out on like where fossil fuels and where the destruction of our climate and our greenhouse gases has taken us. Where some people have predicted that we're past the point of no return right now.
But we can return if the right people are in office. And from the research I understand, if we're doing what we need to do with renewable sources and we're utilizing the resources in the ethical way, we can start healing the world. We can start reducing flood zones, because there's even research that says if we, I'm just going to say there's research to prevent flooding. I'm not going to go into detail with it because it's long, and I think I'm going to butcher it.
It's a long conversation. We want to cover all the points tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, and so with the climate impact, it's utilizing research and evidence-based and experts and having people say these are the ethical sources, and me doing my own research and being open-minded, because as a good candidate, which no one in office is a good candidate currently, is keeping an open mind. I even in my field, my supervisors, you have to constantly be challenged as a social worker in the field. You have to have an open mind. And I know people go to school. The one thing I learned in school, at the end of it, I spent so many years in school thinking I'm going to know everything when I went out. I'm going to be a pro. I'm going to know everything. At the end of school, you know what they taught me? The last things. Now, after you graduate, you're going to understand you will never know everything. You have to keep an open mind.
Of course, we're evolving, we're growing. The moment we say we know it all and we're not going to engage in conversations that might put us in a different direction, it's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. You have to have an open mind and evolve. Look, I've gotten grief from people who said, well, you supported this candidate and obviously they were wrong. It's like, yeah, but at a certain point, I believed in them in the beginning. Then I saw where they were the cracks and I readjusted. Mm-hmm. That's what critical thinking is all about. You have to be able to evolve, and when you see something, then shift course. You can't just stay straight off the cliff because of your ideology. Now, as a medical professional, share with us your plank in your platform on universal healthcare.
So actually, I spoke with Howie Hawkins. I know some people have mixed feelings about him, but he's actually been very nice and supportive to me. I read his plan, and he actually gave me permission to utilize his 10-year community-based universal health care. So I'm going to be, it should be, I don't know if it's on the website, but it should be on the website.
I mean, I didn't want to read from it. I wanted you to share with us how you see it solving.
Okay, so it's community-based. I'm going to tweak it a little.
Okay.
It's going to be federally funded. I don't want people putting in their tax money. So my policies are based on Maslow's hierarchy of need, conflict theory, and the ecological theory. And there's also a few other theories in there. But we're going on a federal level. We're covering all basic needs, and when basic needs are met, then everything else follows through. Then you can engage in self-care, you can engage in family, and then you can engage in whatever you want. You can be the best version of yourself. So with his policy, the community is going to be really in control. There's going to be voting based. It's going to be a yearly annual review, and we're going to hear from the community and the doctors. And Howie's already done so much research that he knows that it's not going to impact the doctors. It's not going to impact the wait time. But also, it's like, even if there is a wait time, it's still going to be a normal wait time, because even if I make a doctor's appointment, sometimes I can't go depending on the doctor.
Oh, you're waiting anyway.
You're waiting
about wait times. You're waiting 15 minutes to half an hour. This, universal healthcare means everybody's covered. Everyone says, well, there are waits in Canada. There are waits here too.
Yeah.
Everybody in Canada.
Yeah, it's a fake argument, really. You're waiting for everything.
Go ahead.
Federally funded is the way to go. And I've said before in our program, I said, look, if we can keep funneling hundreds of billions of dollars into the military industrial complex because our government decided that's a priority we need to fund without asking people to chip in from their kitchen table budget, then we can do the same thing for healthcare. Because everybody who knows how federal spending works knows that federal taxes, the tax dollars you pay to the government, that's not a funding source. It's not how federal spending works. The government, the Congress can choose to spend money on anything it considers a priority. It only needs to find political will and the resources.
Mm-hmm. And they need to have people in office that are going to call them out too. And
what's the controversy when you said a lot of people don't agree with Howie Hawkins? I don't know enough about Howie Hawkins. That's why I'm wondering what has the controversies been with his platform or proposal for universal health care?
Oh, well, it's not with universal health care. And
no, some of his other policies, some people are critical of.
Yeah. Okay. And I couldn't speak on it because I'm not somebody that engages in gossip.
Yeah.
So
we don't have to go there then. No. I thought if it was specific to there were people who were worried about his healthcare platform, but if it's not related to healthcare, we don't need to talk about it. He can be right about one thing and wrong about something else. That's just everyone can be that way. So
so like and no one really told me like the details anyway about Howie. I just know he's very nice and he's very straight. Like he's like, whenever you need me, call me, and he'll actually sit there. And if I have no other presidential candidate has ever done this, like on a federal level, besides Madeline, that he'll review my policies. If I'm just like, hey, I think I want to do this. What are your thoughts? He actually complimented my immigration policy, and he was like, I think that actually is better than mine. Use it. I like that. I'm just like, so to have those conversations with people and have people have experience and knowledge in this, to be able to like throw that compliment back at me, it means a lot. And I love having conversations because it's like I do my research and I'll put it together, but I do want people to also give me feedback on things. I don't want to say, okay, because I have one set of eyes. I like multiple sets of eyes on things.
It's going to make you a better candidate to be better informed.
Yeah, it is. And you're saying, I mean, you're talking about accountability, but the truth is you're actually also talking about, not knowing everything and being okay with that, and that's wisdom there. In fact, I think Socrates said something like I only know that the only wisdom I have is that knowing that I know nothing, or something like that. I don't
know everything.
Yeah. And it's super wise to realize that, look, you can know a lot of things and still know that you don't know everything. And so it's okay to rely on other sources to gain more knowledge.
Yes. And I do know a lot when it comes to, different theories and different models and how to actually implement and help people in the communities. So I know a lot within my field. But I still don't know a lot, because every time a client comes in or a family comes in or I see someone with a crisis, it's never one size fits all. Like a good example was I had a guy that I was supposed to, do an assessment on. This is a little fun story off base. Like a little off topic. And this man walked through the door and I looked at him and I'm just like, okay. And I was alone in the building and I'm just like, he was under the influence and he was just like, it's just heroin. It's just heroin. I'm like, sir, I know that's a speedball. I know there's cocaine used to, like the way you're presenting. It's not just heroin. How long have you been up? And he was just like 48 hours. And I'm just like, okay. He was in the middle of having a mild psychotic episode, and he was very paranoid. And I'm alone in the building, and this is the other thing when we're going to police brutality, where how do I de-escalate the situation? How do I get this man the help that he needs immediately because he has to go to a hospital? And then how do I make sure he doesn't run away and drive? And then at the same time, how do I not get the cops involved so he doesn't get another charge?
Well, I think this also kind of speaks to your platform policies on the war on drugs and police brutality.
Yes.
You know what? I have to take a brief break. Too much coffee.
But please, why don't you start sharing with Ed, because I have read this ahead of time, so I'll be able to jump back in when I return. Let's talk about, as it relates to this young man you were talking about, drugs, police brutality, and also I was going to shift into incarceration, but they're all interrelated, so you can probably cover, all three topics. And why don't you start on that? I'll give you the floor for that.
So what I will say is, again, everything's a domino impact. They all intertwine with each other. So as a politician and a mental health professional, police brutality, I will admit, taking accountability is how we break insanity. I will admit that 1000% police brutality is a thing, but I also have to take into consideration that we do have officers, and I've worked with first responders and EMTs and firefighters that struggle with addiction, severe mental health, and the suicide rate for all of them is extremely high. Police brutality only exists because of our failed policy leaders. They force people into these positions with guns. They do not properly train them. They do not give them the proper mental health treatment. They do not give them the proper time off. They are overworked. And exhausted, and then they are expected to go to 50 different calls in a span of 8 hours, do a ton of paperwork, and be able to handle everything on their own. And it's a lot of times it's just one of them. So I also have to recognize that. And in order to end police brutality, I have to be able to tackle both the community and the police officers' issues and their struggles at one time. So as a political leader, I'm going to take accountability. And I'm going to say, okay, this is our fault. Why police brutality is so out of control. Why people are dying at an alarming rate and getting murdered by cops. And everyone is running on extreme burnout. So when you are overworked, you're not able to use your rational, your frontal lobe, which is the part of the brain where we rationalize and where we think things through before we act. People are already exhausted. So when I was dealing with this one case, I've had a ton of cases like him. I already knew I couldn't call the police because this guy was going to run in his car. It could have turned into a high-speed chase. He was already on a high level. And I was already concerned of him overdosing and possibly harming himself. So I'm alone. I kept my distance and everything I did, and this is as a mental health professional. I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here. Is that okay if I sit here? Just making him... Are you paying attention to me? Do you understand what I'm saying? And him just understanding. It took a long time, but I was able to get him calm. I was finally able to have him give me the keys to his car. I let him, have the control. And every time we were in, a very city area. So every time he heard the sirens, he's like, did you call? I'm like, I was in front of you the entire time. I never called. So you never saw me pick up a phone. And I got his wife to come down. And she was able to drive him to the hospital. And that is how you're supposed to handle these high crisis mental health calls.
We deal with this a lot in Chicago. When we don't, there's been a push to have more social workers working with the police department to respond to mental health crisis calls, not just sending out the police, because the police unfortunately escalate things.
Okay.
Resulting in the police brutality. I think that your anecdote here is so, it really sheds a lot of light on what we want to avoid with escalation from police that aren't trained as social workers to approach a situation like this humanely without, running in with, guns drawn. And I think that this would be a great way to segue into your thoughts on police brutality and that kind of reform.
Yeah, so I said earlier, I have to focus on, as a politician, I have to focus on both the police and the community. Okay. And the politicians are the reason there's a divide. So the politicians have created police brutality. So I also, because they struggle with addiction, mental health, and they don't get time off. If they do get time off through the EAS or whatever program they have, it goes in their file. So if they decide I need to go away for some mental health help, it is weaponized against them when it comes to their line of work. So they have and this goes with EMTs, this goes with firefighters too. And it really, and so they cannot actually get treatment. And in the state of New Jersey, they actually passed a law that says if a police officer has PTSD, they are still allowed to work on the force. I'm like, that's not okay. No, this guy needs to get treatment. You can't force him to work. And if he needs treatment for 6 to 12 months, then, send the man or woman, the person, to treatment for 6 to 12 months, their job should be secured. That's the only way we're going to stop the police brutality. And then also with the social workers going with police, I do not agree with that. I don't think, and we are a police country, a police state, they don't need their hands in everything.
I'm sorry. Who doesn't need their hands in everything?
The police.
No. I look. What you're describing in New Jersey is completely reflected here in Chicago. So again, and this is probably a nationwide issue.
Oh,
There's literally a skeleton crew of mental health workers assigned to police officers here in Chicago Police Department. So I'm not. What was the program at? I think that they were dispatching social workers with police on some calls, or there's been a call for reform where social workers are dispatched instead of police officers.
The pilot program had police accompanying the social workers, but there are people who are arguing that for a lot of these calls, the police shouldn't be there at all.
Yeah, they shouldn't, because what happens is they're okay. So like for the guy, if the police was involved, for example, with my one guy I gave an example about, they would have arrested him on the spot, and he would have not only had charges for being under the influence, he would have had charges for a DUI because he's got keys and he's driving under the influence, and it would have been a bigger issue and it would have also prevented him from getting the help. And I'm not encouraging driving under the influence at all, but I'm also encouraging the least harm possible, because what that man needed with his disease of addiction is help. What that wife needed was her husband back. What his baby needed was a father back. I don't need that man getting more charges and going to jail.
I hear all that, but let me just ask you this. Let me play devil's advocate on behalf of a social worker. Okay. A social worker responding to a situation like that without police, not maybe police being involved in the actual call, but police being outside. What happens in a situation where a social worker might respond to something that can escalate? That's my only, I guess, my only differing opinion on. I don't think the police should be involved in resolving the issue, but if you're going to dispatch a social worker to what is a mental health crisis and that escalates, then you potentially have a social worker's safety endangered. So is there any middle ground there? How is the social worker protected so that something that might escalate without police support to protect the social worker, then you don't have another tragedy happening?
So we are trained in school, in our work, in our internships, in our field with using common sense, which a lot of people don't use. Yeah. We are able to assess the situation. And even myself, like I'll have the conversations with people like, I see that you're escalating. And if you can't resolve yourself or control yourself, I will have to call the police.
Okay.
If we can assess the situation, we understand, we're able to look at every pathway, because I am a social worker myself.
Yeah.
We look at every pathway and every result, and we're able to look at like 20 different scenarios. Okay, this is the worst case scenario. We're able to play different tapes out. So if I don't feel comfortable, or if I'm getting a bad feeling, that's when I would call the police.
Okay. I have no doubt that you can't assess as a social worker. I guess, how quick can the police respond then? Yeah. Maybe they should be there and you've, I don't know, like literally got like something in your hand, like a little, okay, there's a problem. I need you to come in, not to escalate, but I'm endangered, like having them close by, because you know what police response time is like.
And
20 to 30 minutes. And a social worker who might assess it and call for lack of a better word, backup, they might not get there in time to where something escalates. I'm just wondering if there's some, some logical middle ground there of compromise that social workers who do rightly assess a situation and realize, okay, this might not be something that I can manage. You don't want to see something happen to that social worker.
Yeah. And also what a lot of people don't realize is social workers already put themselves in harm's way. And, DCP&P does need to be completely redesigned and dismantled, but you already send them out alone to houses to go in. Yeah. And I don't believe nobody should be entering a house by themselves. And I have met so many DCP&P workers, overworked, underpaid, they are understaffed, and they have to enter houses by themselves to conduct interventions, to survey, to assess the situation. I'm like, that is the most dangerous place. That's when there should be backup. But we can, when it comes to outside stuff, we're able to assess. And even, when a person does go to the house, if they do feel uncomfortable, they are allowed to call the police.
Okay.
So social workers are already doing that.
Okay.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm worried about, I mean, look, I would hope that every social worker that goes into a mental health crisis can reason with someone who's dealing with that crisis. But, you know, at a certain point, you do have to worry about the social worker if that person's not reasonable or logical like the social worker. That's why, you know, with this pilot program that we had in Chicago where they were dispatching social workers with police, I think that there was an element there. I think that the thinking was you can't just send a social worker somewhere that they could possibly be endangered. It's not that the police should go in first, but at least you've got them, you know, close by in case something escalates to the situation where a social worker, even if they're assessing it, might be in danger. So.
And then also, I'm going to bring up Najee Seabrooks because he was another case, and I wasn't involved in that, but I did, you know, watch that case very closely. Even when a social worker goes with an officer, the officer is still in charge. So when you have mental health professionals, if the officer says you're not going in, you're going to get arrested if you say, no, I'm supposed to go in. I'm the first, this is my job.
I didn't know that.
So with Najee Seabrooks, the mental health professionals were there for 4 hours and the officers did not let them in to help him. The officers went in aggressively with guns drawn and just shot and killed him.
Man.
And the mental health professionals had a personal relationship with Najee. They could have saved his life if this was properly intervened. And these people, they were designed, the mental health people go in first, the mental health professionals go in first, and they did the opposite. So I trust the people in my field. And I've worked with so many competent therapists and social workers. Like this guy wasn't the only guy. I've dealt with people high on PCP. I've dealt with people nodding out on heroin. I've dealt with overdoses, suicidal attempts, homicidal people. I've dealt with a lot of that. And maybe, I've only had to call security to even call the police when I've had to call security. So it was just, we're so capable of diffusing situations because we are trained so intensely to keep personal feelings out, to keep yourself regulated, to keep yourself calm. We are so trained intensely to handle these crisis interventions. And that's where it's just like, I trust people in my field that go to a situation. I will never, if you're going into a house, you have to go with somebody. I don't trust going into houses by yourself, but I already know that there's a ton of social workers that are already doing it because of the state of employment. But I also think that the reason why they're pairing up social workers with police, they're using the safety as an excuse, but they want to keep their hands in everything.
Okay.
And we don't need to keep police do not need to be involved in everything, because if a person has, bags of heroin or something, and the cop says, I want to give this guy a charge, you're doing your mental health crisis, but now this guy got a charge. I
get what you're saying. I hadn't thought of, yeah. When I'm thinking of mental health crises, I'm thinking of like suicide prevention. I'm thinking of family arguments. It's like I didn't factor in what you're talking about, the drug element there, which, obviously a cop would want to like charge them and just do what they're supposed to do. And I also, I want to throw in here too, I think it's like your skills as a social worker are so valuable to public service. And I only wish so many other people that run for Senate or Congress or any public leadership position, some kind of a social work background or psychological background training should be required to run for office, because it really does play into analyzing this stuff in the gray area, not just the black and white of a situation that, unfortunately ends up representing like, whichever political party you ally yourself with. But let's talk drugs. Good transition here. I guess we can probably also cover two topics. Your platform regarding the war on drugs, as it also might apply to the problems with incarceration.
Yes, and even police brutality, because in this country, and if you're arrested, you are guilty until you could prove your own innocence. And time after time, there are people who've been arrested for charges they've never committed. And then you're in jail or you're going to court until you can prove your innocence, even though they don't have evidence.
Right.
Of whatever crime.
We just had a cash bail issue here in Chicago where a lot of nonviolent offenders who couldn't afford bail were thrown into jail amongst violent offenders. And it's like, you shouldn't be able to like pay your way out of prison. It's if you're a nonviolent offender, no cash bail, and it's up to a judge to look at your background as a violent offender to see if you're a threat and decide we're not giving you bail because you've got an established history of violence. So there's a need to incarcerate you versus someone who's, dealing some weed on the street or, involved in a nonviolent drug crime that can't afford bail, and then they're thrown in to the circumstances you're going into here.
And then also, going back to the war on drugs, the war on drugs is the fall of current policies. We brought in the drugs. We created the opiate problem.
Yeah.
And I'm going to speak on, we knew that opiates were addicting, and you advertised.
The whole Purdue pharmaceutical scandal.
Yeah. And
because they had lobbyists. Because they had lobbyists and because they were able to lobby people to just get away with it, we created the crisis, and we're incarcerating people for a crisis that made a lot of money for big business in the pharmaceutical cartels.
And now we're making money off the business that the problem we started when it comes to now private prisons, because the country's moving to a private prison industry. And so this is where we have to take, especially in this field, in this line, we have to take accountability. If we didn't bring the opiates or we did proper education on it, we would not have this overdose, the rates that's happening, this addiction that's so out of control, these drugs that are so out of control. You can't start something and then blame the victims. We created the victims, we created the problem. So obviously punishing people that are struggling with this disease that we caused and we implemented and we put it into the communities and we harmed them, that's not fair. You can't blame the victim.
I don't want to be accused of being bleeding heart here, but I'm going to say this. A lot of people that engage in drug use are looking for an escape because the circumstances in their life are so just completely unacceptable or painful to begin with. Yeah, there are some people who just want to go get high, but there are many people who engage in drug use because it's like their lives are miserable. And their lives are miserable not by their own means. This is an entire societal influence and societal issues that, unfortunately cause some to escape with drug use. And then we're going to punish them for that instead of figure out, well, geez, how can we redirect money or reallocate resources to maybe, provide some job opportunities, provide some mental health foundations or support, provide some kind of an alternative to helping solve the problems in their lives if they're unemployed or they're dealing with mental health crises, as opposed to engaging in drug use, which is an escape. And then we get to, throw them in jail, and the private prison industry makes money off of that.
Oh, 100% agree. And I've been working with addiction for about 8 years, for a very long time. And I always ask my clients, because I'd like feedback from them, what would be your perfect situation? Like what would be your perfect world? If the perfect environment existed, what would really help you stop using? And it's all basic needs. If they were met, they would have hope, because it's much and that's the disease. The definition of insanity is what the disease. If we use substances, we feel better. We think we're in control, and no one's ever in control when they are using substances. And it's not just people, they want to blame the individual that's using substances, but what a lot of people don't realize, addiction is also a family disease. Everyone's hurt by the disease. It's not just the individual that's addicted to the substance. And then when you have the war on drugs, you're taking families away. You're putting people in systems. You're ripping kids apart, when all you have to do is provide proper mental health. And a lot of IOPs, I know on the East Coast, I don't know if it's, it's probably all over the country too, but I know over here, there's childcare is barely, there's no facility that has childcare unless you're in a rehab that's for a mommy and me. I've only seen one daddy and me program, but childcare is nearly impossible to obtain, because a lot of people, you have to work, you have to pay rent, then you have to attend this treatment program. So if you're working during the day, you have to come between 6 and 9. Your kid's sick during the day, you still have to come to the program, because if you don't come to the program, then you're marked absent, and then you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you're here, if you're recommended. And the reason it started going this route is because we used to be not fee for service. We used to be able to provide the services and then charge after services were done. And then I want to say 9-10 years ago. Was it that long ago? It became fee for service. The laws changed. The policies changed when it came for health insurance. And now you have to get paid up front. You have to get approval, and then you have to follow whatever. So like for Medicaid, for example, they have to come to group 3 times a week, and they have to do 1 hour of individual for an IOP setting. If they miss that individual session, or they miss one of those 3 days, you don't get paid for that entire week. So they made it nearly impossible. So this is a war for programs. And what a lot of facilities are doing now, which is a shame, is they're actually dropping Medicaid. So finding any facility that accepts Medicaid is also a challenge. Even also finding, even if you have commercialized insurance and you're paying out of pocket, even finding facilities that cover insurance. A lot of people that are saying you have to pay out of pocket. I had one family, we were working on it, and it's not, I don't think it's fair, and it really enraged me, but whatever. A lot of working class people are paying $30,000-$40,000 a year if you're a full family on health insurance. That's including premiums, that's including co-payments, that's including all this wonderful stuff. You should not, I don't think, if you're paying that much, and if you say we don't have universal health care, but if you're paying that much, you don't need to pay a deductible, you don't need to pay co-payments, you're paying that much into health insurance. Like that, there's no logic there for me. It's just a bad breed.
And you've got so much anecdotal evidence, and which I appreciate, to back all this stuff up. As I'm looking at your platform here, War on Drugs, I know you haven't watched our show before. I don't think you have, but this sounds familiar, doesn't it, Ed? Combating this crisis requires investments in communities, not policing and criminalization. Once elected, we'll support legislation that redirects the billions in the war on drugs to community development, healthy living policies, mental health support, and family support programs. Christina, we are very kindred spirits because we're literally talking ourselves blue in the face every broadcast as far as reallocating resources. Yeah, we're not talking about defunding the police. We're talking about reallocating the billions that go into law enforcement that aren't reducing crime, because this area is so sorely ignored, and this would solve the problems of those self-medicating. This would hopefully stave off the issues of, people that don't have any opportunity in so many abandoned communities, not only in Chicago, but across the nation. And what you're speaking to here is happening in every city. There are not resources allocated properly. It's all going to the police, which is reactive when we need to combat these crises, not just in the war on drugs, but in crime, in gun violence, with investments in communities.
Yep, and even being transparent and showing the receipts of, on a federal level, if I'm approving this many dollars to go to this, showing receipts that you're actually putting money there, because there are cases where people just like, oh, we don't have the money, we can't pay for this, and they hoard it.
We got the money.
Yeah, and then they're just like, oh, I give myself a $50,000 raise, because I've seen that. I actually posted, a teacher did that. A school was underfunded and they needed to hire some teachers. The person said we couldn't hire teachers, and then all of a sudden they got themselves a $40,000 raise.
Of course. Well, here's another great example I like to bring up for everybody that complains. Well, if you give people slinging burgers, an increase in their minimum wage, because they're not, these were the frontline workers who were feeding the country during a pandemic.
I got a great response to that one.
It's going to make your hamburger cost more money. Really? Well, why is it that the billions of dollars that the CEO at McDonald's is getting in raises and bonuses isn't increasing the price of my hamburger? Explain that. So it's a bullshit argument. It's a bullshit argument to diminish the value of anybody who's working a minimum wage job, because, someone here's the other thing, Christina, why should a burger slinger make $25 an hour? That's what a paramedic makes. Well, you know what? Maybe a paramedic should be making $50 an hour. Okay, because the minimum wage should equal the minimum cost of living. And right now the problem is people aren't paid commensurate to the cost of living. So if we all agree that $25 an hour is what the minimum wage should be, that's equal with the cost of living, paramedics are woefully underpaid if they're making $25 an hour, tasked with the responsibility of emergency response, keep sustaining somebody and keeping them, alive until they get them to a hospital where doctors can treat them in an emergency room.
So I'm going to say this: during the COVID pandemic, being a frontline worker and going to school full time and working with other people, because we were being told that I'm a hero. It really pisses me off.
Yeah.
They forget it now. They forget that you're a hero now. But it was a great way to pander and virtue signal during the pandemic. We're paying attention to the health, because what could they do? They had to rely on you. But afterwards, it's like, well, bye-bye.
Well, I will say this. We were so overworked, and it wasn't just me. Everyone in every frontline industry was so overworked. The people in these fast food restaurants helped keep people fed. There was no possible way, and people were like, oh, people should just meal prep and cook. You don't understand what even goes into meal prepping and cooking if you're just like saying just do that. We don't have time for that. We have paperwork, and we have people dying out there every day. I worked at a medical detox. I had people coming in. I was frontline. There was no testing until insurance gave us money. So me, a nurse, and a secretary, we had poor PPE, and they exposed us. Every single person that came through. And there was no 6 feet, because if a person went through a seizure, when a person's going through withdrawal, if someone's going through DTs, we need to be able to have hands on and help them. So there was no such thing as 6 feet for us. We had poor PPE. So these people didn't just help us. They also helped police officers. They helped EMTs. They helped firefighters. They helped every frontline worker survive in between everything. And to say that they don't deserve it, they kept us functioning, running, and we were burnt out. And then having these people at the restaurant, they were just like, oh my God, thank you for what you do. No, thank you for fueling us. Food is fuel. You're keeping us moving. You're keeping us focused. Absolutely. And I don't think that, and it's our job. We're in this field to help. And I don't like the term that, and it's just me. I don't like being called a hero, because, it was so handled inappropriately through policies. And there were so many unnecessary deaths and so many unnecessary issues, so many things that could have been prevented, that it just drives me crazy. I'm not a hero, because this is already what I signed up for. And, if you really want to make our lives easier, really take care of the people who took care of us. If it wasn't for these people, all the frontline people would have even been worse off. It's just like, we were going for, people were working 10-hour days, 12-hour days, and I was going to school. So
there's no time for meal prep. There's when frontline workers in the medical field have to work excruciating hours during a pandemic. They don't have time to cook. Clearly, obviously, it's like they called the frontline workers, the restaurant workers, what was it, the
grocery workers,
the heroes. But we don't want to give them a raise now. They should have had a raise before it, during it, and after it.
And I approve having 16-year-olds or whoever's working. They deserve their own bank account without their parents' consent. And they also deserve to have a living wage. And the reason I'm an advocate for this is because this reduces abuse. There are so many young people in abusive and dangerous situations. This creates a safe outlet for them to save money, move out, get away from their abuse, or, if they're homeless, because a lot of kids get kicked out of their home because there are very extreme dysfunctional families. We don't have the resources to prevent or heal the family, to actually keep the unit together, because they don't know how to ask for help, or the resources aren't even available in their area. It's going to help prevent these homeless youths on the street and get them into safe places. I need these kids in safe places. I want every young person to focus on school. I don't want every young person, because I was a homeless teenager. I had to focus on surviving. I had to focus on, it wasn't school. School was my secondary focus.
Yeah. We live in a society, Christina, that seems to enable people's value of themselves by making sure that they're doing better than other people. So when I completely agree with you, but many would argue, well, their kids in high school, it's part-time. Why should they make more money? Why should they make a living wage? For all the reasons you just presented, because it's not so black and white. Because just because a person's lived experience, they may have been blessed with good parents. They may have been blessed with growing up in a family that didn't abuse them. There are just as many kids that don't have those circumstances, that need that support, so that they don't, unfortunately, in a moment of weakness, decide, well, it's going to be easier for me to go deal drugs on the street and make a lot of money than take this shit job that's not going to pay me anything till I get out of my situation and support myself. That's what people in so many upper class communities, it's so simple.
well, there's right and wrong, there's good and bad. There's not if you're not, and even in those upper class societies, there's so much other abuse, so much other, whether it's exploitation of kids or in proper environments, everything looks right when there's all kinds of horrible shit going on underneath the surface. People have got to stop this concept of right, wrong, good, bad. You know what to do, you don't know what to do, when there are other forces involved in like making an individual's life so very, very difficult. It's not so black and white. And I think that your background in social work, and what you're attesting to here, helps support that. I wish people would stop thinking in black and white. And I'm not talking racially, just black and white terms.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Because we need to operate. Politicians and any leader with any power, you have to be able to operate in a gray thinking area. Yep. So the danger of black and white, and a great example is Ukraine, Russia, Palestine, Israel.
Yep.
These are extreme dangers of black and white. These are gray areas. It's not Jews versus Palestinians, because Jews and Palestinians are both victims to what Israel and America is doing.
Can I tell you something? Yeah. I live in Little India in Chicago, okay, walk away from like the Indian corridor, and in my area and to the east, all Muslims, and to the west of me, Jews. They all get along fine.
Yeah,
we'll get along fine. There's no problem here because nobody's looking at their religions or, well, the west of me, like where the Jewish people live, decide, well, we got to, we have to, fight the Muslims and the Eastern. It's like people get along when you take the theocracy and the religious stuff out of things. And that's at the heart of what's happening, unfortunately, in the Middle East. Not as much with Ukraine and Russia right now, although, that's a whole, the empirical NATO proxy war that's going on, but it relies on people, if you're in support of Russia, you're a communist. No. Ukraine is on the front doorstep of Russia, and they engaged in atrocities in the Donbass that if, I don't know, Mexico decided to engage in atrocities in Cuba, which is not even in our front porch, it's in our backyard. But look how we come down on Cuba if they engage in anything over here. So why wouldn't Russia decide, well, you guys are engaged, Ukraine is engaging in atrocities against the Donbass, which is primarily Russian population. I'm not happy with how Putin decided to respond. I don't condone it, but I understand it.
Yep.
So, you have to understand like the gray area and not, well, it's, us against the commies, or it's, Jews against Hamas or because they're all terrorists. There's so much more gray area in all of these conversations that people have got to disconnect.
And layers.
Yeah.
And you have to understand, where did this start and what led to this event? You have to get the history of everything, because it's not,
oppression.
Oh my God, a person. Yeah.
Oppression is what leads to all of our problems in society. And so many people forget that Russia was probably primarily responsible for us winning World War II. But after the Nazis were defeated, now America needed a new villain to create, the black and white, we're right, they're wrong, heroes, villains mentality, when it's like, there was a period where it seemed that the United States, had peace with Russia when Gorbachev, but then, the U.S. decided to start interfering in shit in Russia, which is why Putin's there now, right? It's like we just can't keep our fucking fingers out of things. Let people have their sovereignty in their nations. It's American empire, man, everywhere, and this has a lot to do with our politicians, our senators, our Congress people enabling it. Which is why we got to get people like Menendez out and people like you in, who are thinking more in the gray areas, and more candidates that are not right, wrong, black, white all the time, to hopefully guide us in a better direction, not just nationally but globally.
And I agree. And then even going back to the incarceration, because I want to speak on that. It's amending the 13th Amendment to remove slavery. And where we're going in the direction is with private prisons. They are already making it clear it's going to be a war on houselessness. It's going to be a war on mental health, and it's going to be a continuation of war on drugs. When you're in a private prison industry, you get paid pennies. Treatment is not a focus. You get X amount of dollars, a ton of money per person that's there. So everyone is overhoused, safety for employees is non-existent, and then working to produce whatever product is being produced within that private prison is the first and foremost focus. You get paid pennies to produce whatever product they want you to produce, then in turn the companies sell it for a huge markup.
Do you remember that story of that judge who was sending kids to prison because he was being paid off by the private prison industry? Remember that? I mean, that's the perfect example of how utterly rotten and corrupt the system is when it comes to incarceration as it relates to the private prison industry. There were private prison industries paying this judge to send kids to prison who were nonviolent offenders because of the money that they made off of it for probably the reasons you're talking about here, cheap slave labor.
Yep. And there's no auditing going on. And we also, because there are a ton of innocent people in prison, and we do have to actually audit all these. We need to hire lawyers. I need more educated lawyers to get hired. I need the public defenders to get paid the same as prosecutors. We need more people because I need a lot of these cases to be audited. I know we have the victim program already, the innocence program already in action, but they're overloaded with cases. We need more people to be working on that because it's horrendous that we have people that actually never committed crimes in prison.
Christina, I want to cover one other platform plank on your website, and I'm going to let you cover it while I take another break because of all the coffee I've been drinking. I'll be back really quickly, but let me share this. This is a topic that I don't hear a lot of candidates talking about: animal welfare and wildlife conservation. Now, as a pet owner, I know that this goes beyond just our little household friends, but I'd like you to share a little bit more about why this is important for members of Congress to also address and put more attention and action on. And I will listen, and I will be right back as you share your thoughts on this.
Yes. Okay. So just to sum it up, as we have more affordable housing, as we have more, living wages, people have more money in their pockets, the death rate of euthanization for animal shelters is going to drop because more families are actually going to be able to have more pets. And they're going to be able to actually take care of their pets. We're going to see also education, we need free education because we do need more vets in office to take care of the animals, but also focusing on our wildlife and how we need to protect farmers. Let me pull it up because I'm trying to remember everything. Okay. Wildlife and animal welfare is an important discussion which is often overlooked by our elected officials in favor of policies perceived to be more politically beneficial. Domesticated animals enrich the lives of Americans in many ways, yet are often exploited, abused, and slaughtered in cruel and inhumane ways. We need to also protect, this is going to prevent dogfighting. This is going to protect unethical breeding, prevent unethical breeding. We're going to be able to implement policies to actually help uplift people. And animals are very therapeutic. They help prevent a lot of mental health crises. This is always also going to give better funding to have, because right now, so say somebody is blind and they need a seeing eye dog, they have to pay out of pocket for that. So this is also going to create a fair, equal market where we can train more animals for medical conditions, and we're going to be able to cover costs and create people to have those assisted animals. And although protections for both wildlife and domesticated animals have improved greatly over the course of our nation's history, we do firmly believe that more can be done to protect animals on a congressional level. Over 2/3 of American households have pets, and millions of Americans visit national parks, rehabilitation centers, and zoological facilities to see and learn about important and often endangered wildlife every year. Also, factory farming, unethical animal breeding, and wildlife trafficking and many other inhumane practices are a stain on the country's leadership, and it's a failure to protect one of our most vulnerable and voiceless populations, and it must be stopped. So we're going to be producing, and we're going to support current existing anti-animal cruelty, animal abuse legislation. We're going to increase the funding and also increase the support to passing animal safety legislation, such as the Pet Safety and Protection Act and the Emergency and Disaster Preparedness for Farm Animals Act. So the emergency and disaster preparedness is if there's like a fire or if there is something, what happens with farms is everything's left behind, and then farmers are completely screwed over. And we, as a country, we already have a war currently on farmers, which is very dangerous. Is they don't want farmers to really be in control, and they're making it harder for farmers to grow, and it's becoming more, instead of more independent, it's becoming more commercialized, it's becoming more corporatized. And we want farmers to have their independence, and we want farmers to be able to say, I'm growing this and I'm taking care of that, but we want them to be able to have the money too. We want them to be able to fund themselves, and we want them to be able to sell what they're growing. We need to support farmers, and we want more farmers in America, because they're going to be able to give us the crops. They're going to be able to, we'll have more in-house, and that's what we want. We want more USA grown stuff. We don't want chemicals sprayed on stuff and then shipped overseas. Like, we want to try and reduce all of that. So what happens is there's a disaster, flooding, fire, everything gets left behind. The farmers are saving themselves. There's nothing to really protect the animals unless they have a ton of money. And we need to be able to implement safety, and we need to be more proactive, not reactive. So say we know that a flood's coming, go to the farmers, present options so farmers can say, okay, the storm's coming, I have to get set up, and making that preventative. How can we save the animals? What does it look like? Where do they go? And how do we help them? Because we want them to be able to function better and support. And we also want to be able to increase the regulations and actually audit and increase oversight when it comes to making sure that, for example, we had the E. coli with spinach. And the reason we had the E. coli with spinach is because farm animals are way too close to the vegetables that were being grown. And then through the secretion of the farm animals, the E. coli got into spinach. So there's a nice documentary on Netflix. I forgot the name of it. It just came out recently. It's very educational, and it really also highlighted this impact. We want to be able to separate and give the farmers space. The animals are not that close to our agriculture, to our vegetables being grown. So that way we can reduce the medical issues, the E. coli, because we currently do not have the best system in place for our food. Our food is one of the most dangerous foods to eat. There's no oversight.
And these inspectors that exist were pretty limited during the lockdowns and during the issues with the supply chains. And we found that less inspectors looking at that stuff, more chance for cross-contamination. I had a question kind of related to farming, related to pesticides, because we got to protect the bees too.
Yes.
Because if we don't, and for people out there who don't understand, bees pollinate just about everything. So if you want pumpkin spice anything in the fall, you need to save the bees, because you don't get pumpkin spice coffee because there's no more coffee. You don't, you get no more chocolate. You get no more honey. You get no more fruits and vegetables. And forget about pollinating those bacon trees.
And there's sorry to cut you off. There's a lot of research that says when the bees go, we go.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. That's where it is. I mean, sure, you've got the. Sorry, Jerry. I think you're muted right now.
You're right. I was muted. A great example I saw in that aforementioned documentary is that, do you remember when we were growing up in the summer, you'd drive around with your parents and you'd have insects on your windshield, and you'd always have to put the wipers on with the wiper. That's not happening anymore.
No, it's not.
Because insects are going extinct, and those insects are responsible, as like bees, the entire insect species, as it relates to the environment. And the fact that we're not seeing as many insects anymore on our windshields, while it might, be nice for driving, it's actually it's a disaster as it relates to our environment and the ecosystem.
So,
except for the mosquitoes, of course, that they have recently genetically engineered to try and take out some other kind of mosquito, which is only asking for trouble, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. And also, just to speak to the pesticides thing, is that's why I really want to add more farmers in this country. So for example, if we're going to look at Chicago, or even if I'm looking at some places with high populations like like Paterson, New Jersey, or even Jersey City, we have a lot of buildings there that are already decaying, and we have a lot of empty buildings. So going in, and I think everybody should have a right to work. And that's something like, if you're interested in doing something, you get a livable wage for whatever you're interested in doing and that you're good at. So turning these places into mini farms within the town. And when I'm saying that, we're growing crops within those cities. You have people within the town, and we'll have it set up where it's a year-round thing. It's naturally grown. We have the little greenhouse that actually grows whatever fruit or vegetable you want, but it's ran by the people in the city. And then it's going to be very affordable because this is in the house. So, you know, you could get tomatoes for like $4 instead of paying like, I think they're like, by me, they're like $5 or something. It's ridiculous. Maybe you're paying like 40 cents or maybe $1 for like 4 tomatoes or something, 25 cents a tomato, because the seeds for these vegetables are very cheap. And that's going to also help reduce pesticides. It's going to help keep everything in-house. And that's also going to help create access to healthy food within communities. And that's what we need, because right now, if you're looking at any sort of city, especially a dense population, urban communities, it's fast food joints. It's very hard to get any healthy food around, and they're purposely.
Produce costs more than buying healthy food in a store.
Yeah.
Oh, you go to McDonald's, you want to buy a salad? Oh, it's $8 as opposed to a $2 burger. I mean, look, that's just, it's a garbage society as far as like focusing on what people should be eating to be healthy, to stay healthy. You know, there's also a whole industry that's reliant on obesity. It's
and then removing the chemicals too. So I'm going to also fight to ban the cancer-causing chemicals, because other countries have them banned. Why can't we?
Yeah. Glyphosate's got to go.
Yeah, like why are we saying it's okay for people to eat this stuff when other countries have said no, we can't have that?
Yeah.
That's going to increase life longevity and reduce so many health issues. Because for a lot of people and if you're looking at different cultures, food is also medicine. So if you're growing food and without the pesticides, and you're introducing it to the community, and you're going to already heal a lot of issues.
Christina, we've covered a lot of ground tonight.
Yes.
And you have got, I mean, look, I am so impressed with your knowledge, your insight on everything, not just related to your background as a social worker and helping mental health, but we all know that this is an extremely uphill battle when you're, you know, challenging the oligarchy of the two-party system. So I hope that, you know, what you've been able to share with our viewers tonight, again, anybody who's tuned in, this is not just, you know, Christina is running for Senate in New Jersey to not just represent citizens in New Jersey, but to represent citizens all across America as a senator. And this is not just an uphill battle for her. It's an uphill battle for any third-party candidate that's challenging a Democrat or Republican that's just serving their donors. You know, we've got a lot of other stories to cover. You're welcome to stick around for our conversation on Israel and Palestine. But before we segue into another segment and your invitation to stick with us if you want to, are there any closing thoughts that you want to share regarding your run for Congress? And one other thing I want to ask you is, like, being what an uphill battle this is, what inspired you to take this on? I mean, I applaud you, because it's something I could never do, as much as we're on here, you know, complaining all the time about, you know, what we see needing to be fixed. To actually commit the time along with everything else in your life to do this is a real, you know, it's a real public service.
It really, I want to highlight, I knew how hard this was going to be going in, because I watched other things, but I didn't realize actually how hard it was going to be at the same time. Like, you have an idea and then you're really in it. COVID really opened my eyes to a lot of things. And I was I'm just so tired of the deaths and the broken up families. And I'm somebody that has gone through so much trauma and trials and tribulations and being exposed to a lot at a young age. And I went through my healing journey, and I went through and I fought so hard to get to where I am today. And I made a promise that, you know, if I ever had the ability to give back, because the safety I feel now and the freedom I feel now, if I can pass that along to other people, I want to give other people safety. I want to give other people freedom. And I'm somebody like, we have a world, we have a country that's suffering where there's not enough love and there's not enough healing. And I can take on that burden. I am so strong. My team is so strong. Everyone could put their pain and their fears and their sorrow right into my hands, and you will not fall. I promise you will not fall. I will not let you fall. And I have so much love and healing to give to the world. So that is what inspired me, because these are such common sense issues to address. And I'm working a full-time and a part-time. I live paycheck to paycheck. I'm not rich. I don't come from money. I grew up in foster care. I have school debt. I still haven't signed up. I know they're going to come after me for that eventually.
People can donate on our website. People can donate on Christina's website right there.
Yes. And I'm not looking for a ton of money. I'm just looking to have enough where we can go to every county and do town halls and present this information, because I need New Jersey to vote me in. I need to flip New Jersey green, but I can't do this alone. And I can't do this without you guys.
Let me ask you something. I'm hoping criminal charges stick with Menendez, that he's not only forced to resign or impeached if that's what it takes. Are there any other? Is there anybody on the Democratic side that's positioned to replace him, or do you have a Republican challenger in New Jersey right now, since Menendez is very vulnerable?
There's there's a ton of people that actually went against Menendez, because now it's like such an open seat.
Yeah.
But
there's blood in the water. It's like some for everybody else to come.
And this is what I want to highlight is, if Menendez resigned, people were putting in their brothers or their husbands, and this political dynasty was continuing. So you know what? You're replacing one corrupted person with another corrupted person. Yeah. This is not even going to be a fair renewal or fair election or fair replacement. And then you have someone like Andy Kim or Mikey Sherrill, and they both support mass incarceration. They both support the war on drugs. They both support Israel and the war on Jews and Palestine. So you have even more extremely corrupted people trying to go into office. So there's no other ethical candidate that is running for the seat. And I strongly do believe that Menendez is going to win the primaries. So either way, I'm seeing him at the polls.
Unbelievable.
Well,
he can run with the stink of all of these charges and crimes.
The thing about Menendez, if he goes down, he's taking other Democrats and Republicans with him. So and he's too popular and too powerful. They can't kill him off either. He can't just have an accident.
A vampire. Yeah.
So he's most likely going to win the primaries. I'm going to see him at the polls in 2024 November, because I'm not going to be part of the primaries. And because I'm already endorsed, I skip right to November. So I am the candidate will be going against him. And if for some odd reason someone else does replace him, that's fine. You're getting another Menendez in the primaries.
Clearly, if he's replaced, the Democrats are going to put someone in there that just hasn't been discovered of committing crimes yet.
Yeah. Well, if you look at their policies and the history and all the support they've given Menendez, that's already shows enough evidence of committing crimes.
Yeah.
You already covered him. You already never stood against him.
Yeah. I just wanted to make a suggestion.
Yes.
When you get into Congress, when you become a senator, please go after the banks and knock down this usury rate garbage going on with credit cards right now.
Yes.
Nobody should be paying 30% interest right now. Those are loan shark rates.
Yes.
Can I share something on that note, Ed? I talked about this in a previous show. I have a building that's completely paid off and is worth about $500,000, and I decided to apply for a home equity loan. I don't even have a mortgage. I need to take out a loan in equity against the building, right? $100,000 loan, 9.125% paid back over 30 years with monthly payments and escrow. I'd be paying back $504,918 for a 30-year loan. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So 9.1
0.25% over 30 years. Monthly payments of $813.63. Total loan paid back over 30 years would be $292. I'm sorry, $292,906.80. And the estimated 30-year escrow that's in addition to that is $212,011.20. So that estimated escrow is going to go towards property taxes or other things. But the total upfront 30-year payment schedule would be $504,918. For a $100,000 loan, that cash at close would be $77,257.43. Explain to me how that makes any sense for anybody to take out a $100,000 loan when over 30 years, beyond the escrow that's going towards other expenses, you're paying back more than 100% of what you took out to begin with, and more than half the value of your property that they've sent an assessor out to figure out. It's nonsense. So Ed's comment here about usury, I can't even believe that whether it's credit card rates or home equity or mortgage loans, it's like the fucking mafia is in control of anybody being able to figure out how to get ahead, even when you've got an asset that you're borrowing against. It's insane.
So I just want to give some, let Ed know and let the viewers know, in order to create affordable living and housing and apartments equal for all, I have to go after the banks. There's no other way. And I even have to take on BlackRock.
Liz Warren claimed she was going to do that, and she still postures that way in Congress.
Yeah,
but it's like, I don't think she's doing anything about it. She's not. No, she's not. She's just so virtue signaling as if she's still trying to do something about it.
Yes.
That's how she elevated. That's basically how she got in the public eye. I remember seeing her in the movie Capitalism: A Love Story that Michael Moore produced. It was about, I think it was about the banking scandals and stuff. Mm-hmm. And she wasn't a congresswoman yet, but I remember seeing her in that documentary and being, wow, I really wish that she was in public service. And she used her placement in that documentary as a regulator to get into Congress and do nothing about anything that she was railing against in that documentary.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to say this. I don't just get elected to office. Every single person that voted for me in the community comes with me to office. So, and it's nice that getting elected to office means I have a little army behind me, because I'm not just taking on the banks and BlackRock. We're all taking them on. So if we have to do a protest, I already have numbers behind me. We're going to fucking protest together. And imagine how powerful that protest would be to have a federal senator on the front lines protesting. That's going to put so much pressure on other political leaders that are going to say, damn, I have to actually go out there with her. She's with the people. I want to stay in office and I want to keep getting the votes. That's going to put them in the hot seat.
Yeah, leverage is extremely important if you get to DC. It would be amazing for me to see you get into the Senate and be able to shame Elizabeth Warren into doing the right thing with banks and regulations.
All of them.
Because they're basically running away with the store and charging as much interest as they possibly can on the American people, to the point where they're all going broke, sending half their paycheck to Delaware. I know I am.
Yep.
And I just wanted this one more thing is that I really hope that if you aren't already familiar, please learn MMT.
I won't say much on that, but stay tuned.
Okay.
Well, let's have you back to talk about it.
Yeah,
I'm happy to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, because my policies and where I develop my theories from, a lot of it actually I recently did learn, and I've already spoken with a lot of MMT experts. It intertwines with MMT. Yeah. I just can't debate on that yet because I'm not a professional on it. But I can I can debate on the theorists and the evidence base that I already have. I have knowledge on. So that's why I strongly encourage people to research conflict theory, Maslow's hierarchy of need, and the ecological theory. And combining all three, you'll see how it really intertwines with MMT. So those three I'm very strong with, and I can argue that I can debate that on any level. So I have to also incorporate how I can learn how to debate MMT with those. So
that's smart.
I am in contact with professionals. I am in contact with and I don't know if you noticed me dropping hints about it. Like everything's dealt on a federal level.
Yeah.
So.
Christina, your candidacy is an inspiration, and I'm so grateful that that Shane put us in touch so that we could bring you on tonight to talk. Do you want to stick around for our conversation about Israel and Palestine developments, or do you need to tune out?
I'm going to tune out because Palestine is very close to my heart, especially, Egypt's right next door and we're helpless. And there are Egyptians actually walking across trying to drop food and water, and they're putting themselves in harm's way. So it's very emotional, and I'll be honest, like all morning I've been crying and I've been feeling so helpless. Like I just wish I was in office. I wish there was more I can do. All I can do is tweet and do hashtags and make phone calls to people that I know that are ignoring us. And I'm praying, and I'm so terrified of the innocent people. And I actually have to, for me to recharge, I have to actually detach from that conversation right now because
every time we do a show, I tell Ed, it's like the emotional toll this show takes on the things that we're talking about, that we feel helpless about, being able to enact change against it. We at least kind of, I don't know, comfort ourselves knowing that the conversation might help for anybody who's paying attention and watching.
Oh, I do want to do a shout out. And I'm doing this on Jon Stewart, reach out. I need you to help me with my campaign because he's in New Jersey. He's very supportive. I know he would love me. I need you, Jon Stewart. I need your power. Please, everyone, hashtag Jon Stewart, because I keep tagging him in things and I think he ignores me.
Well, look, I hope everybody I'll subclip this as an interview segment so you can put on your website, or you can link to it. I wanted to give you as much time as possible as you wanted to share all the planks of your platform, because you are a breath of fresh air, not just in New Jersey, but as a third-party candidate that I think reflects so many progressive values. And I want to say, the word progressive has been bastardized by the left right now in Congress. They claim they're progressive. They're not. I do think Green Party politics align with progressive values. Everything we've talked about tonight that you've shared, I think aligns with progressive moving forward, serving everybody. So, for whatever value this particular interview can give you, please share it everywhere. And we hope that, because mainstream media is not giving you attention, and I hope Jon Stewart does, hashtag Jon Stewart, just use this as much as you can, because I don't know what's going on in New Jersey. And when Shane brought this to my attention and I realized, it's Menendez, that piece of shit. And here's someone who I've now discovered really, has all the solutions we wish all candidates would be talking about. Right. Menendez is busy trying to cover his scandal, as opposed to doing all the stuff we're talking about tonight that needs to serve not just the citizens of New Jersey, but the citizens of the United States, nationally and internationally. So thank you so much. And you're welcome to come back again. I would be so happy. We'll bring you back to have more conversations. Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Christina. And here's your website again.
Oh, yeah. Hashtag Heal with Khalil.
Yep. KhalilForSenate.com. You can donate there. Share her website. I'm going to take that down just so people can see the website. And please share that, everybody. And Christina, thanks again so much for joining us tonight. And I look forward to seeing you win and having more conversations in the future, sharing with us what your journey's like as you take down this.
Yes, and together we are going to heal the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
It's been a pleasure.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't even get to ask her what pizza joint she likes in New Jersey.
Oh, that would have taken us into another half hour, Ed.
Yeah, that probably would have been another half hour.
But here she is. Okay. Please share the links to our show. We'll put it on YouTube. I'm going to subclip it. I mean, I don't know that I don't know if she wants to use the whole interview on her website or link it. I saw in that other interview that you shared, and thanks for doing the research, Ed, with Terrence Daniels, Political Gamer, that she was talking about the challenge that she's been facing getting mainstream media to pay attention to her campaign. Why should this woman have any problem getting anybody in mainstream media to cover her campaign when she's running against and challenging a guy who should have resigned years ago, but is propped up and enabled by the Democratic establishment?
Yeah, because it's team sports.
Of course.
That's why.
It's the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals ad nauseum. So there she is. Once again, I'll put her banner up. Christina Khalil for Senate, New Jersey. If you're in New Jersey watching, share the interview, spread the word.
And John Stewart, if you're watching, give us a shout too. We'd love to have you on. I highly doubt you're watching us, but maybe.
No, he's not watching. But maybe getting eyes on Christina's campaign might get his attention on this interview. And I would say, along with Jimmy Dore, John Stewart's been a big inspiration to me, like throughout the years watching his show and having him cover stuff honestly and objectively. Isn't it interesting? It takes comedians to actually cover the news objectively, as opposed to our bought out mainstream media whores at all of the major networks, as well as the corporations controlling the flow of propaganda into people's homes.
Yeah. So, I know. And I realize everybody out there, thank you for watching us. And we are seeing you commenting in the live chat. It just didn't seem like the right time to be talking about all the stuff you guys are talking about in there. But Miguel H, thanks for watching us over on the Rumble. And he's asking, what should the max interest rate be on a credit card? That's a good question. I think a lot of people, before they got completely corrupt in Congress, were saying like 15% should have been the top. I would be fine if 10% interest rate was the max, and then just let the banks cry about it. Because they're making so much money by borrowing or by having people's bank accounts, in their thing, and then they have access to the federal banks, where they get to borrow money from them at near 0% interest, and so then they turn around and create some BS version of what the federal interest rate's supposed to be, and then the Federal Reserve comes out every day and makes up stuff about reasons why they need to keep doing inflation to fight inflation. I think we need to start calling that bullshit out.
Shane, if you're still watching, thank you so much for not only connecting us with Christina, but man, I know you've got quite a job to do getting her elected. But look, Greens in New Jersey, nothing but respect and props. Get this woman elected. I don't know how to break through to what to suggest breaking through to mainstream media, but she's got to get more of a public platform so people can see this is what our elected representatives are supposed to be talking about and engaging in. So,
yeah. And I think for her, once she's up against Menendez, that her argument should be he's in the pocket of the big banks, and the big banks are currently charging you 30% interest on your credit cards and not letting you refi your mortgage and all these other things that you're dealing with in your daily lives. That's making it hard for you to just live.
All right, transitioning. For those who tuned in Tuesday to witness the absolute shit show of my browser problems, Ed was able to carry the show great. Had a lot to talk about regarding Israel and Palestine. Unfortunately, I could not participate because of my problems. What was the solution, Ed? Deleting and reinstalling Chrome.
Yeah.
No problems tonight.
Complete reinstall.
A complete reinstall. I think anytime I'd update Chrome, there were things that were being added that was unfortunately interfering with a smooth interface. But tonight, if anybody's noticed, smooth sailing. Jerry's in a good mood. He doesn't.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm holding out hope it stays this way. I mean, maybe it's a cumulative thing that after a certain number of months, you'll have to reinstall it again. But I'm hoping not.
I think it was like updates, because I contacted the guys at StreamYard, and I was upset because I'm like, I can't do a broadcast with my partner here because of all the interference. And he tried to walk me through it. And you're running the most recent update of Chrome. Yes. But I'm like, I was afraid to uninstall or just trash Chrome because I was afraid I'd lose all of my user settings. But no, those are saved. So a complete reinstallation of Chrome on Mac, and we're smooth sailing. So I have an opportunity tonight to finally be able to share some of my thoughts, at least as much as they're related to the ongoing news in Israel and Palestine, related to this absolutely just mind-numbing situation, conflict, tragedy that the Palestinians are suffering as a result of Hamas's actions against Israel in regards to the oppression of Israel. So let's share what also broke tonight as reported by The Intercept, because Nico House, as we shared in the beginning of the show, breaking news, the U.S. is going to be sending support to Israel in the Middle East. The Intercept reports, Israel responds to Hamas crimes by ordering mass war crimes in Gaza. And we speculated, at least in the time I was able to be on the air on Tuesday, Israel had been alerted that this was potentially going to happen, and they ignored it. And what is it allowed? An opportunity to respond with crimes, ordering mass war crimes in Gaza at the expense of civilian lives, much like at 9/11, during 9/11 or before 9/11. The administration was warned, bin Laden determined to strike against U.S., and it was ignored. And what did 9/11 allow the U.S. to do? Basically engage in the what was the PNAC, Project for a New American Century proposal, that it was America's manifest destiny to go into any country it wanted, that it sensed was a threat.
The Patriot Act.
Yeah, the Patriot Act, as a result of some catastrophic event in the United States that PNAC had recommended would be like Pearl Harbor, right? So what was PNAC? Real quick history lesson. Project for a New American Century was a neoconservative think tank that proposed to Bill Clinton it was America's manifest destiny to go into any country, specifically the Middle East, not specifically, but it was looking at the Middle East, to engage in war if we sensed that that nation was a threat. PNAC was members of PNAC, Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz. I forgot some of the other principles, but all those principles that were in Project for a New American Century ended up being members of Bush Jr.'s administration. And while Bill Clinton passed on their suggestions that we enact the Project for a New American Century agenda, what was key in that agenda or proposal was that it would obviously take a catastrophic event on U.S. soil akin to Pearl Harbor to get citizens in the United States behind that type of a proposal and, I guess, geopolitical agenda. And 9/11 happened. And they were able to pass the Patriot Act without anybody objecting, because that catastrophic event had happened on U.S. soil. And what am I talking about? When we look back historically and look at the fact that the Bush administration had been warned bin Laden was determined to strike against the U.S. by the Clinton administration, and they failed to do anything about it. And then 9/11 happened. While a lot of people wonder if the United States had something to do with 9/11, even if they didn't, what if they let it happen? It allowed them to do everything the Project for a New American Century suggested. Now let's fast forward here to Israel, that was apparently warned that Hamas was going to strike by, I think it was Egypt that warned them. They ignored it, and it happened. What does it give them? Carte blanche to order mass war crimes in Gaza to completely finish their agenda of colonizing that area of the Middle East, so that all the settlements are driven out, all the civilians are driven out, the genocide is complete. And let's call it apartheid. I would say that should I say it's bordering on genocide, Ed, or it's gone into genocide?
It's been a slow motion genocide.
What am I allowed to say?
It's what they're doing. And you've got content in the show notes. I think one of the videos that we saw earlier today on social media, where essentially a general is basically declaring the war crimes out loud.
Yeah. Let me get into the Intercept article, then we'll get to that video. But as the Intercept reports, years of impunity for Israeli crimes against civilians have bred a culture of disregard for international law. Here's a Palestinian. This is just a man weeps in the rubble of Gaza City after Israeli airstrikes on October 9th. Israel's defense minister, let me get my reading glass. I finally got a new pair of reading glasses because I lost my old ones, and I had to increase the power, but it means I can now read my browser more clearly. All right. Yoav Gallant used genocidal language and ordered mass war crimes in the occupied Gaza Strip on Monday in response to Hamas's weekend assault and massacre of Israeli civilians, setting the stage for a large-scale escalation of the violence that has already led to the killing of at least 800 Israelis and more than 500 Palestinians. Gallant said that he had ordered a, quote, complete siege of the Gaza Strip, which is home to 2.2 million Palestinians, nearly half of them children. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed, he said. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. Listen, let that language sink in. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. I remember reading historical, accounts of how the Nazis described the Jews in World War II. You seeing any similarity? I'm seeing a complete. They dehumanized them and called them animals. Mm-hmm. That's what the Israeli defense minister is how he's describing Palestinians.
And that's a cultural norm for how they're teaching their generations of I guess what you call citizens in Israel these days, Jerry. They've ingrained it into their education that Palestinians are less than, that they are animals, that they are evil, that they're trying to kill them at every possible opportunity, without any context on why you would think that maybe Palestinians might be a little bit pissed off at Israel.
I'll show you why. This just reminded me of something that I found on Twitter. And this is the attitude. Now, this is just like utterly, it's like I want to reach through the screen and just punch this guy in the face. This is an Israeli settler mocking Palestinians who are currently cut off from all water and electricity. This is that mindset you're speaking to, Ed.
Mm-hmm. He's gloating. Essentially, he's gloating for the fact that his government just decided to commit some war crimes to cut off all food and supplies to Palestine.
Gloating.
Yeah.
Did you say gloating? Yeah, gloating.
Yeah. And never mind the fact that in previous attacks, Israel has essentially destroyed their infrastructure anyway, so they probably didn't have running water in a lot of places in Gaza anyway.
That's the mentality of Israelis that would advance this this mindset. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly.
Yeah, it's like, and it's projection. It's pure projection, Jerry. They are the animals in this situation, and I am only saying that in that they are just,
dude, animals
aggressive and evil.
Animals behave more humanely. Okay,
you know what?
Animals to this.
Fair point, Jerry. I'm not gonna compare anybody to animals.
Yeah,
animals
are wonderful creatures. I've got three.
Way more moral than what's going on here.
This is sociopathic, is what this is. Evil behavior. Let's not bring animals into this, and let's not diminish.
Right. Sorry, animals. I apologize.
Well, it's not your fault. It's the Israeli.
I'm apologizing to the animals.
Yeah, we are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. What Gallant ordered, the collective punishment of a civilian population, amounts to a war crime under international law, as well as potentially a crime against humanity. And, hey, The Intercept said it, so I guess I can. The crime of genocide. Some international law experts have pointed out. Hamas's massacre of civilians and taking of at least 150 hostages, whom it has reportedly threatened to execute in response to the targeting of civilians in Gaza, are also war crimes. So there's a lot of blame to share here, okay? But when you've got a government of Zionists who have literally taken the region that they were given in 1947 and decided to expand to the point where Gaza's the size of Manhattan now, I think, and they want to just completely eliminate Gaza. You've got the same kind of apartheid extermination that the Nazis engaged in World War II. Sorry. And if you want to call me anti-Semitic for saying that, you'd be wrong. This has nothing to do with Semitism. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with faith. This is a human issue. And the Israelis are acting inhumanely. And Hamas, while I don't condone what they've done, it's in response to oppression of Zionists in Israel. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for that, but you know what? I don't give a shit.
Too bad.
I think people who know me know where I'm coming from. This has nothing to do with being anti-Semitic. And there's a difference between Judaism and Zionism, and we've made that line clear also. And Ed most eloquently in the Tuesday broadcast. Hamas and Israel's crimes against civilians, which are likely to escalate in the coming days, come after years of impunity for Israel's crimes against Palestinians. The historical lack of accountability has bred a culture of disregard for international law that directly resulted in the weekend's violence, human rights advocates say. Deliberate killings of civilians, hostage-taking, and collective punishment are heinous crimes that have no justification, Omar Shakir, Israel and Palestine director at Human Rights Watch, said in a statement. The unlawful attacks and systematic repression that have mired the region for decades will continue so long as human rights and accountability are disregarded. In the wake of Hamas's attack on Israel on Saturday, which, we're all speculating, was Israel warned and they ignored it so that it would allow them to, take the next steps as we did with the Patriot Act after 9/11? The Israeli military launched a bombing campaign on Gaza. Israeli raids flattened residential buildings and targeted a densely populated refugee camp over the weekend. Humanitarian workers in the Strip have also reported that hospitals are completely overwhelmed by the number of casualties and ambulances are coming under fire. A ground invasion of the occupied territory is also widely expected in the coming days. Experts have noted that Israel's practice of quote-unquote warning civilians, like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's call on Gaza's residents to leave now because we will operate forcefully everywhere, is not sufficient. There is nowhere for people to seek safety in the Strip, one of the most densely populated areas in the world, and what a lot of people describe as an open-air prison. Since Israel imposed an air, land, and sea blockade on the territory in 2007, effectively trapped to be exterminated. War crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, which in 2021 opened an investigation on war crimes and crimes against humanity in the occupied Palestinian territories. The investigation prompted fierce opposition by Israel and the United States, neither of which are members of the court, and it has largely stalled. Human rights advocates quickly pointed to Gallant's words as a quote-unquote admission of intent to commit crimes, calling on ICC prosecutor Karim Khan to take notice, but international officials' responses to his comments were largely muted. The Biden administration has repeatedly stated its support for Israel since Saturday's attack, with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken pledging the U.S.'s unwavering focus on halting the attacks by Hamas, but offering no immediate comment on Israel's declared retaliation against Palestinian civilians. Now, I could go on in this article. Everybody who's watching the news knows what's going on. And Ed, although I was not able to get those links in the show notes for tonight's program, you had shared with me before the show what's going on in New York. And do you want to share some of what you saw, even though I don't have the links, to kind of describe what's happening in the United States in regards to support for Palestinians?
Yeah, well, I could say that there are overwhelming amounts of people in support of Palestinians and for the bombing of Gaza to stop. And people are in the streets protesting. I don't know how much of it's actually being covered by mainstream media, but people in independent media are actually getting out there and recording it and posting it on the internet. I've got one video in Times Square from today, if you want me to show that.
If you have it, I don't have it ready, but if you've got the link ready, please share it.
Okay, give me a second here. Let's see. Now this one, I believe it was actually taken by her. This is from Lucy Blue Moon Red Wine, for some of you who know of her, and was in Times Square today. Oh, hold on. I don't have it on the screen.
I just added it. Oh. How nice it is to have a browser that works again. There you go.
Oh, okay. I think maybe we hit the button at the same time.
Down! Shut it 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 down!
Well, I'm going to hit the mute button just so we can talk about this a little bit. You've got people holding up signs saying to end all U.S. aid to Israel.
Do you know that Israelis have national health care and we don't?
Yeah.
Who do you think helped fund that? Who do you think helped fund that?
people have signs up that say defend Palestine because they want to stop the genocide. There's, they want to end the occupation, because this is what it is. It's, it is literally by definition apartheid.
And this is in response to, let me show this video. This is the guy we were just talking about, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, making it easy for international prosecutors to demonstrate his genocidal intent. Make sure I've got the volume up here. Hang on a second. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If you put hair on him, he'd look a little bit like Joseph Goebbels. If it doesn't take one day, it will take a week. It will take weeks or even months. We will reach all places. There is no way that our brothers or our children, our parents will be killed. And we won't react because we are a state. So we understand that Hamas wanted to change the situation. It will be back 180 degrees. And they will regret this moment. They will regret it by exterminating all the Palestinian citizens.
It's the most extreme form of victim blaming right there. There are an oppressed people lashing out at 75 plus years of oppression, and by people who were given half of their country, and then that wasn't enough for them. So Israel decided, well, you know what, we need more.
I want to share something also that I found on Twitter. And this was shared by a Twitter poster. Her name is Naila at Brown Naila, quoting Dr. Gabor Mate. This is something Dr. Gabor Mate shared, and I'm going to share a video from him also. Quote, I'm personally a Holocaust survivor as an infant. I barely survived. My grandparents were killed in Auschwitz, and most of my extended family were killed. I became a Zionist, this dream of the Jewish people resurrected in their historical homeland, and the barbed wire of Auschwitz being replaced by the boundaries of a Jewish state with a powerful army. And then I found out that it wasn't exactly like that. That in order to make this Jewish dream a reality, we had to visit a nightmare on the local population. There's no way you could have ever created a Jewish state without oppressing and expelling the local population. Jewish Israeli historians have shown without a doubt that the expulsion of Palestinians was persistent, pervasive, cruel, murderous, and with deliberate intent. That's what's called the Nakba, in Arabic, the disaster or the catastrophe. There's a law that you cannot deny the Holocaust, but in Israel, you're not allowed to mention the Nakba, even though it's at the very basis of the foundations of Israel. I visited the occupied territories, the West Bank, during the first Intifada. Am I pronouncing that right? Intifada?
Intifada.
I cried every day for 2 weeks at what I saw, the brutality of the occupation, the petty harassment, the murderousness of it, the cutting down of Palestinian olive groves, the denial of water rights, the humiliations, and this went on, and now it's much worse than it was then. It's the longest ethnic cleansing operation in the 20th and 21st century. I could land in Tel Aviv tomorrow and demand citizenship, but my Palestinian friend in Vancouver, who was born in Jerusalem, can't even visit. So then you have these miserable people packed into this horrible, people call it an outdoor prison, which is what it is. You don't have to support Hamas policies to stand up for Palestinian rights. Let me repeat that. You don't have to support Hamas policies to stand up for Palestinian rights. That's a complete falsity. You think the worst thing you can say about Hamas, multiply it by 1,000 times, and it will not meet the Israeli repression and killing and dispossession of Palestinians. And anybody who criticizes Israel as an anti-Semite, and anybody who, quote, criticizes Israel as an anti-Semite is simply an egregious attempt to intimidate good non-Jews who are willing to stand up for what is true. Now, where does this come from? Dr. Gabor Mate states it in another video that I found on Twitter from EB the Warrior. Dr. Gabor Mate on how Israel is traumatizing Palestine and recover from their own trauma. And this actually kind of, unfortunately, makes a lot of sense.
As a Jew, I've been terribly upset for decades about what's happening with the Palestinians and how we've literally traumatized the whole other people. as a way of thinking that we can resolve our own trauma. That's really what's happened. But the outrage that I have and the hatred I'd have around it, how would that help me convince another fellow Jew of what's going on? So social activism can be a displacement for the personal growth that we're refusing to do. Because you know what? If you want to fight injustice, not hard to find it. Or you have to just go outside. You know? So it's not just social activism, but mindful social activism. Without that mindfulness, without that awareness, without taking responsibility, my rage has got nothing to do with the fact that over 2,000 civilians were massacred in Gaza last year.
Do you know something, Ed? I also want to share. I want to say to anybody who claims that I'm not Jewish, but my outrage about Palestine is anti-Semitic. I would be the guy standing up for Jews during World War II when Hitler and the Nazis decided to try to exterminate them. This has nothing to do with the culture or the religion. This has to do with inhumanity against human beings.
Yeah, it's
fellow
humanity to man.
I would have been there punching Nazis as much as I'm here saying it shocks and appalls and disappoints me that Jews who engage in Zionism don't recognize they're doing the same thing to the Palestinians that were done to their grandparents or former generations that escaped the horrors of what the Nazis did to Jews during World War II. It's really as simple as that. You take the nationality and the religion out of it. These are war crimes similar to Nazis' inhumanity against Jews in World War II. We now have Zionists' inhumanity against Palestinians because of Hamas responding on behalf of Palestinians because of the oppression that's been happening in Gaza since 1947. I'll let Dr. Gapur Mate continue, and then Ed, I want to get your thoughts.
Be outraged, but not enraged. And I could be committed to making a difference without hating people for it. Insofar as hatred arises in me, and rage arises in me, and a compulsion to change things, and a frustration when that doesn't work, that's my own stuff. And it'll undermine my activism. And that's been the Achilles heel of so many activist movements and so many activists.
I think very wise words. Looking at a whole lot of comments there, but
yeah. Where do I start?
Well, I want to give you the floor because I don't want to dominate the conversation tonight. You know?
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of what I had to say, I got out of on Tuesday, but I'm still talking about it. In fact, I was talking to my rideshare drivers because my car's in the shop, and a lot of them are like, "Well, I never really thought about it that way. Thanks for letting me know how to." It's like because there's people who they just don't know what to think about the conflict
because of the propaganda that's been shoved into their heads for all these years. You know, it's funny that you mention that because I found a video. I'll share this before. This is going to come out of order than what I've got in the show notes. But when you talk about what did he say to you? He didn't know what to think.
Well, I mean, I was basically, I don't know how we got on that subject other than probably me just saying how the world is just insane, and it's Friday the 13th, and I was a little pissed off about a lot of stuff, but and just somehow we got to talking about Israel versus Gaza, and he's like, it's like I grew up, in Chicago, and I didn't, and I'm not Jewish, and I don't really know. It's like, how am I supposed to? It's like, who's doing what to who, and it felt like he just wasn't really sure how to take a position on that. And I said to him, I said, well, the correct position always is peace. Finding is the solution to peace. So anyone who isn't speaking out against the bombing of Gaza right now is on the wrong side of history, because you should be calling for a ceasefire and should be calling for a solution that involves peace. And he appreciated that because, and I explained to him, I said, and the other problem, well, before I said that to him, I was explaining to him how, America is one of the most heavily propagandized people in the world because just our media constantly lies to us on behalf of big business or big government or whatever the United States wants to do for its own selfish international interests. And a lot of times that has to do with resources like oil and other stuff like that, or who controls what in what region of the world that the US wants to have some kind of control over, which is why Israel exists in the first place, really, is that, I think it was, the UK and the US kind of wanted some kind of control over the Middle East. So we got a problem here in the United States where people who aren't paying really close attention to the atrocities that the nation state of Israel is doing to the people of Palestine are just taking Israel's word for it and just taking the United States and the mainstream media's word for it, because the mainstream media basically is just parroting what the government tells them to do, and the government is just going to go along with whatever Israel wants to do. And so you're stuck in a propaganda bubble where Israel will lie about whatever it is to make them seem like the victim. And to be fair, if people have died or been killed, by people in Israel, then sure, you can make an argument for that, but you also have to take into account, which we've already mentioned, all of the atrocities and the oppression and the apartheid that has gone on against the Palestinian people because Israel couldn't be satisfied with just half of Palestine. They want all of it.
Could you tell what cultural background your cab driver was when he said
he told me? He said he grew up Mexican. He's Mexican.
He's Mexican.
He's driving. I don't think he was like second or third generation. He'd been in he was born here. And it was just that he appreciated the conversation because a lot of times people just don't want to think about what's going on when you hear about atrocities, or you don't know who to believe when you hear so much from one side claiming that the other side has done something bad.
And I've got the perfect video for that, Ed. But Uncle Warren, really quickly, we're on YouTube tonight because we wanted to give Christina Khalil a larger audience for her bid and her run, senator in New Jersey, running against Menendez. So that's why we're on YouTube. Special YouTube broadcast tonight. But, again, we'll be exclusively on Rumble and Rockfin as we progress Tuesday and Friday into next week's shows, and we'll put our rebroadcast up on YouTube. But here's that video I've been alluding to, Ed, that pretty much puts everything you were sharing in perspective. Here we go.
It's been a few days now. I still haven't weighed in on Israel-Palestine. I honestly don't know who to post. Usually it's easy. BLM, bang. Ukraine, bang. COVID, bang. Hey, did you do your Israel-Palestine post yet? I've never missed a stand. So who'd you go with? I look at my phone, I see a lot of Republicans supporting Israel. So I go, maybe stay away from that. Then I see a lot of the people we've been calling Nazis supporting Palestine. But then get this, the people that we've been calling them Nazis with are happy Israel's getting attacked. Riddle me that. But there really is no easy answer here. Did you do your Israel-Palestine post yet? No. What does your manager think of that?
I'm retired.
Oh, you're doing representation right now? Obviously, I was at the front lines of getting mad at Kanye West when he was doing the anti-Semitism stuff. Everyone was thanking me for standing up for the Jewish community. So naturally, I'm saying...
Now, let me also interject really quickly. What makes this especially funny to me is Sarah Silverman, comedian, who I love. I adore her. She's hilarious. She was posting atrocity images on her Instagram claiming that they were Hamas Palestinian atrocities against Jewish kids. And no, they were actually like Israeli atrocities against Palestinian kids. And Jamie Lee Curtis, actors are doing the same thing. They're like sharing the misinformation that claims these are the Hamas and Palestinian atrocities against Jewish children. And no, actually they're showing the Israeli. So this actor.
Then she deleted it immediately.
Exactly.
But not before somebody caught a screenshot.
That's right. And said, honey, we love you, but you're wrong. Stop. Start doing your research. And this is funny because it's like you've got all actors, celebrities trying to figure out, well, which side do I come down on? Which is safe, right? As this actor is
which is easy for me to take and not lose movie or TV roles.
Yeah.
This happened,
It's,
okay, we're back.
It's annoying.
Again.
Yeah.
See Kylie Jenner post for Israel. I think, okay, the word's in. Then boom, she's getting killed on every. See Kylie Jenner post for Israel.
What does Kylie Jenner think? Like that's important.
Who cares?
Okay, we're back with the Jews again. I see Kylie Jenner post for Israel. I think, okay, the word's in. Then boom, she's getting killed on every angle. So it's not Israel. So I start doing a bit more research. I'm seeing queers for Palestine. And generally, you want to be on the side of the queers. If you look at the things, you're not going to get in trouble.
This is what it's reduced to.
Then Mia Khalifa, who we obviously support, is posting with the queers. And she's getting fired from her job. The whole reason I'm posting this is to get in better standing with my job. And by the way, I started
Playboy's seen better days,
noted
though.
Post popping up, so we're running out of fucking time. If you had to pick, who would you say?
I would stay out of it, like I told you.
I would stay out of it, like
kind of have to choose, which is sort of what a situation I feel like I find myself in.
No.
Because if you criticize Israel, you'll be called anti-Semitic, and if you criticize Palestine, you're ignoring the fact that they're literally being exterminated.
Yeah, for decades, well, it still kind of is. For decades, people were like, conversation about Israel-Palestine is a third rail. And for those of you who don't understand what a third rail is, for public transportation, like light rail trains, the third rail provides electricity to the trains. You step on the third rail, you are dead.
You're electrocuted.
That's electrocution.
It's like an insect in one of those little, what are they? Those lanterns that like zap them so that you don't have problems on your back porch. That's what happens to you. Zip, you're gone on a third rail.
Yeah. So third rail has basically become a metaphor for that's a topic you don't go anywhere near.
But we're forced to.
We have to. You got to speak up now. You can't let it slide anymore. Genocide is happening. The Palestinian people need you to speak up before they are gone from this earth.
And that does not mean condoning violence by Hamas, okay? When you look at historically what's been going on, it's been the empire against the rebels. That's what it is. If we want to try to reduce this into black and white terms that people can understand from the movies, it's the rebel alliance fighting the empire. And I'm sorry, in this case, the empire is Israel. It's not the Palestinians. This little area. Let's continue with the video.
You don't understand. I got a post to support one of them. I know to you, it might be like, oh, who cares what he thinks? A buddy of mine booked a Geico commercial from his Ukraine TikTok. So it happened. It was like, let's figure out how Ukraine actors like decolonizing. What is decolonizing? Is that just like killing the people? That's literally what I was saying, man. Because normally it's pretty easy.
No, it is killing the
I just
people.
want to post one of the flags and sort of be done with it. It's tougher than you think.
I want to post a flag and be done with it. This is what an opinion on social media has been reduced to. It's virtue signaling. It's not engaging in a conversation, trying to look at all factors as we are here. It's like, well, what flag do I post so that people think that I'm doing something or care about it? Instead of
that's what we see now, especially for the people who don't want to pay really close attention to what's going on. They just want to seem like they care. So they want to know, which side do I take? And then all of a sudden, and of course, the Jews who are not really paying close attention or are only getting their information fed to them by the media that's telling them the Israel's talking points, or the Zionist talking points, is going to post those Jewish Israel flags on their profile, just like the way people are posting the Ukraine flags on their profile, not realizing that Ukraine was attacking their own people in the Donbass.
As opposed to actually sharing and finding videos that help shed some light on the situation from Jews like Dr. Gabor Mate, who we just shared a few minutes ago.
That's Aaron Mate's dad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Who really goes into detail on the complexities of the traumas and what it seems to be in response to, without actually recognizing you're causing trauma to an entire other demographic of people.
That if I post Palestine, I'm getting yelled at if I post Israel. It's starting to feel like, if anything, I'm the victim here. I'm looking at the internet. I see Jews for Palestine. I kid you not. Also, I'm watching the parades. We're talking Times Square. Between me and you, when I see a bunch of brown people having a parade, I think it's a pretty safe bet to be on their side. Never failed me before. I mean, people are probably texting each other right now, wondering where my statement is. Israel, though, probably, right? Yeah. For me, it's a little more complicated as a Gentile, you know what I'm saying? Maybe if I look at who's getting censored, that's a good place to look, like follow the YouTube warnings. And then I'm looking at UN women, I'm thinking, you know, follow the SNIS, whatever the women say is usually pretty good. They're just posting random shit that has nothing to do with it. Trans lesbians or lesbians. Can I just go with that? Just like a random blanket post. Just be like, hey, lesbos, just so you know, lesbos with dongs are still lesbos. Stop avoiding the dong lesbos. I can't, I feel like it's the wrong move. But you go on Israel or Palestine, you're thinking, no English. Oh, book, my friend. I wish I could do the same. Okay, so like if Native people in America,
That's what we should all say, Ed. No English.
No English.
took down some girls at Coachella, I'd probably be like with the natives against me, right? Like that seems right. I can talk to my representation for you if you're. Palestine's got to have Jewish people there, right? Like Palestine, isn't that? Am I being messed with here?
Great video. Great video.
That's Ryan Long.
Now,
comedians have the best stuff on everything.
Yeah. It's like they're the truth tellers. They're the ones that share what's actually insightful to like stimulate a real conversation on trying to figure out what the fuck is right or wrong or how to analyze a situation like this. Now, Kim Iverson shared this on social media, which I thought this is interesting. She shared, never in her lifetime she thought she'd ever witness Germans and Jews come together to sanction and shake hands over committing a mass genocide. 1 million people are being told to move in the next few hours or die. History repeating itself, many wonder how the German people could have gone along with the Nazis' plan to intern millions. Now you know. They justified it. They shouldn't have done X, Y, Z. They deserved it. This video is Ursula von der Leyen. I have arrived in Israel with European EP president. EP president.
She's the president of the EU.
The EU. I don't know why it says EU EP president as opposed to EU. Anyway, Ursula von der Leyen arrived in Israel with the EU president to express our solidarity with the Israeli people in the wake of the horrific Hamas terror. Yeah. I guess it's good to see Germans and Jews come together. Maybe not now. It would have been nice to see them come together at, I don't know, 1934, 1936. But, you know, better late than never. Not really in this situation. Oh. And transitioning to local news, of course, leave it to 50th Ward Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein, my Alderwoman, to decide to waste time on the council floor.
Oh, God, I was fucking livid about this earlier today.
I saw your comments to me. Let's share this. Yeah, you know what? I asked Deborah Silverstein's staff 2 weeks ago if they could figure out how to like get me the waive the extra fees on my city sticker since I'm disabled and I shouldn't have to pay an extra fee, extra $50 because I have the residential zone permit parking. Not to like go. I haven't heard from them yet because apparently her office is more. This is the priority this week is to like what they need to spend time on down at City Council. Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein of the 50th motioned to suspend the rules to introduce her resolution. Alderwoman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez of the 33rd called for a roll call vote on the motion to suspend the rules. We're having a second roll call on that motion to suspend now that more alders are present. And what is this all about? Ed, why don't you share with us since you were watching it before I bring up Silverstein's status or Silverstein's solution?
I don't have the details on her resolution in front of me, but she was essentially wanted a resolution to scold Hamas.
Yeah,
in the public record based on a number of assertions that mostly were accusations made by Israel with no evidence.
Now, Deborah Silverstein is the only Jewish woman serving in city council right now. So on one hand, Ed,
I kind of understand her need to represent Jews in Chicago.
Yeah.
Who feel that this is wrong. On the other hand, do your fucking job in your ward. This is not something you need to like put us into. This is what she did. And Ed, I was happy to see your response there. Alderman Deborah Silverstein. Hamas terrorists launch a horrific attack on the state of Israel after how many years of oppression against Palestinians? More than 700 Israelis have been murdered and dozens of civilians have been kidnapped. Don't condone that. But what is that in response to, Deb? I am heartbroken and stand firmly in support of Israel as it combats this terrorist threat. You're not a national figure, Alderwoman Silverstein. You really don't need to waste Chicago. There are so many problems we've got in Chicago right now than for her to like go wade into this and waste city council time on it. And to your credit, Ed, Real Deep Dish Pizza, how dare you mislead by pushing your Zionist propaganda on here and in City Hall? How many thousands of Palestinians have been attacked and slaughtered while you let supremacist leaders of Israel cry wolf and make up lies with the tacit approval of Congress?
Hashtag Free Palestine, hashtag peace now.
Yep, because that is what it all should be about. Any other comments on this before we move on into the ongoing migrant crisis here in Chicago?
Let's take a look and see what people are talking about in the chat. Okay, well, Kathy Powers sent me a link of a blurry graph, which actually I have handy from another tweet.
Okay,
if I can share that. And this was a little graphic that some people may have already seen on social media. It's called The Human Cost of Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. And you'll see the lines on one side and another. It's like the Israeli deaths and injuries on the right and the Palestinian deaths and injuries on the left.
Wow. Don't allow Zionists to both sides of the Israel. Yeah, atrocities are atrocities, but don't allow them to both sides. Well, the Palestinians and Hamas do this, so Israel can do this. There's the numbers.
Yeah, no. And specifically, look at 2018.
Wow.
All the people who were killed or injured from Israeli attacks. They can't go keep crying wolf and saying, well, they provoked us by being Palestinians, which is essentially what Israel keeps saying. Their crime is not being them. It's their crime is being Palestinian in a place where they want to be.
Miguel H. also, thanks for that clarification. European Parliament president, okay, of the EU.
Yeah, she was with the European Parliament president is why we were not sure about this. So the president of the European Union and the European Parliament president were both in attendance.
Also known as Hillary von der Leyen. Yes, this issue is going to play a major role in the 2024 election. Miguel H. can't stop the war machine, apparently.
We're trying, but it's hard.
Ukraine war has been a disaster. Speaker got ousted, so they had to manufacture a new war. Oh, and you know what else has suddenly enjoyed the benefit of this horrible, horrible calamity in the Middle East? We're not hearing about Hunter Biden's woes anymore.
Yeah. Hunter Biden. Yeah, we should talk about that for a minute then.
Well, I don't have anything prepared.
I'm just kidding.
This is totally an inside job. I'm calling it.
No, it's not Hunter Biden's fault that his dad is a massively corrupt sack of garbage and should not have been elected in the first place, much less be running for re-election.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to local news, even though we're Chicago Corner, remember, it's all the news from a Chicago point of view. Well, we bring it back now to Chicago. And the ongoing migrant crisis that we kind of talked about a little bit with Christina earlier in the show regarding her platform on immigration, solutions, speeding up the citizenship process.
so that we're not dealing with undocumented foreigners coming into our country, as we offer sanctuary that we actually can't manage because we weren't prepared for it. Now, this was the scene at the Amundsen Park Youth Football Program field house last week. And this was in response to Chicago Alderman Chris Taliaferro releasing a statement confirming that the city intended to use the Amundsen Park Fieldhouse to house roughly 200 migrants, displacing all the kids that rely, all the athletes in that school that rely on the Fieldhouse for practice and activities. These Chicago kids from the Amundsen Park Youth Program in the Austin neighborhood will be kicked out of their neighborhood fieldhouse so it can become a migrant shelter on Monday. Over 600 residents met last night here to oppose this. Now, this looked like it was going to be a done deal. And as I see this, let's kick students out of their field house that's, there to provide them a place to practice. And I again ask, J.B. Pritzker, the Pritzker Empire is built on the hotel industry. They've got plenty of empty hotels. Why are they deciding to displace kids? School athletics from their field house to put migrants in instead of giving up some of the empty rooms that they have, that they'd get the federal funds to basically cover those expenses. So it's not like the Pritzkers would be giving it away for free since they've got all those empty hotels, I'm sure.
But screw that. What if they did? The Pritzkers are billionaires. They are the richest family in Illinois. There are 24 billionaires in Illinois, and I think the Pritzkers are like 5 of them.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with saying, you know what, billionaires, why don't you pitch in on this issue so that we can get some roofs over people's heads? And why don't we throw in the homeless population as well while we're at it?
Without displacing the people in our communities who've already been ignored.
There's no need to.
I know that. I know. I was trying to be fair about it, Ed, and say, hey, look, man, I know they're going to business is business. There are federal funds, though, that are apparently helping. Well, they were helping with the costs of hotels that were being utilized in New York City to house migrants. Those hotels in New York that were giving away rooms to migrants were not doing it for free. They were getting federal funds, for the rooms that they were utilizing. So let me. So we've got an update on the situation now. There was a restraining order filed against Chicago to block Amundsen Park Fieldhouse from becoming a migrant shelter, and that went through. So let's play the video here instead of going through the article. I'm sure we're going to get a commercial. Let's see what happens here. Give it a moment.
This is WGN Evening News at 4.
How about that?
Well, confusion.
This is WGN Evening News at 4.
Well, confusion, suspicion, and anger today about the plan to house migrants at a far west side Park Fieldhouse.
The mayor said the plan was on hold earlier this week, but residents say they've seen signs it's moving forward. As WGN's Andrea Medina reports, they're going to court now to try to stop the migrants from moving in.
Wednesday was supposed to be the day that they bring in the migrant today.
As of Wednesday, the Amundsen Park Fieldhouse remains accessible to Westside residents. Fall programs continue, and there's no sign of any asylum seekers. For more than a week, many in the Austin and Galewood communities have been pushing back the city's decision to convert the building into a migrant shelter.
We are not willing to lie down and willingly give up our park.
Right now, the mayor's office has put plans on hold as they look for an alternate site, but some are having a hard time believing the Johnson administration.
As we have seen, as soon as they said that they were going to consider taking it off the list, we saw them come in and still had the supervisor to turn over the keys. We still saw them pack up the park. We still saw them come back this morning with investigators. We still saw them bring porta potties.
That's why at least 5 residents filed an emergency temporary restraining order yesterday to block the city from going back on their word about moving migrants into the field house.
They put out a press conference and said on hold. Hold doesn't mean stop.
So they're already using the wordplay to get us to calm down. But what I want them to see is that we're not.
They've asked the court for an immediate injunction.
We just got it over to the judge this morning, and the judge needs to read it and determine whether or not there is indeed an emergency, whether or not she wants everyone to come in for a hearing.
While plans to turn the Park District facility into a shelter are paused, residents say they still need to take legal action.
Because we feel that their plan might not change. Ours can't either. We're going to continue to stand strong. We're going to continue to fight.
The attorney says the Cook County Clerk's Office has delayed the stamping of the TRO paperwork. We have reached out to the clerk's office for comment, but we haven't heard back from them. There are also discussions to house migrants at a vacant building just minutes away from this park. Residents believe that's a better option because programming and resources won't be taken away from them. Reporting on the West Side, Andrea Medina, WGN.
All right, so that's the story there. That's the update. You know, whether it's the South Side, the West Side, or the North Side here, I'm starting to understand. I mean, at first, I thought it was a bit inhumane. A lot of people across the city objecting to where to providing services for migrants. But the thing is, it's gone out of control. There are other solutions than displacing residents and neighbors anywhere in the city of the facilities that they rely on, especially when we know that there's so many other empty structures that are not community structures that could probably be utilized. So, you know, again, hey, JB, Pritzker family, I know you guys have got a lot of empty property. And if you're really serious about helping resolve the issue, why don't you step up instead of forcing residents in any community from giving up their local resources. And by the way, as Ed said, yeah, why don't we throw the homeless into the mix there too and give them some housing? Ed?
And again, I'm going to say it one more time, and I hope more people repeat this. There are 24 billionaires living in Illinois. Most of them actually live in Chicago. But the point is, these people have too much money. They're never going to spend it all. And odds are good that they basically extracted it from the economy in one way or another to where local economies could benefit from this money that they're never, ever going to use, or they're going to hoard forever for their own personal benefit instead of helping the cities and communities and states that they live in. So why not? And this is a time where I would actually call for taxation on billionaires in local government, because what it does is it actually is a funding source for local governments to be able to find solutions for things that would benefit everybody, including billionaires. Because if you are a billionaire living in a community or living in a state or something like that, and you want the best for your state, city, whatever, then you should be supporting the least of us, not just supporting those of us who have the most. I hope that sounded right.
Yeah, well said. It seems that we're getting to the part of the show at 11:16 after being on the air for almost 3.5 hours from my browser. Mm-hmm. I have a link from Twitter that oh, it's coming up now. All right. So, yeah, thank you, Ed. Speaking of those with too much money, let's go into our next story. You know what, Ed? Mm-hmm. This couldn't have happened to a better schmuck. Okay. So what did we discover this week? The great silverback of AMC Theaters, the CEO, Adam Arno, as I like to call him. He's actually Adam Aaron. But as many people, say buy and hodl instead of buy and hold, I call him Adam Arno, like misspelling it as a gag.
Okay.
It seems Adam Arno is as big of a scumbag as most people expected him to be, but not necessarily in matters relegated to managing the company that we all invested in and saved. This schmuck decided to get ahead of this story that was released on CNBC, Squawk Box, in regards to him engaging in a sexting scandal. Now, Adam Aaron is the CEO of AMC Theaters. Many retail investors believe he unfairly decided to 10-to-1 reverse split the stock so that all the hedge funds that had been shorting AMC could basically cover their positions cheap, therefore cheating all the retail investors that saved the company during the pandemic. This was reported on CNBC, and we'll go into it, how Adam decided to try to get ahead of the story. You know what's especially infuriating, Ed, is all of the AMC shills that think this son of a bitch was on their side covering for him when you get to the heart of this, he's a pedo. Adam Aron's a pedo. And we'll unwrap that in a moment, why I'm stating that. Here, let's show some of this report.
Release the TV show. What happened here?
I mean, it's actually sort of a simple story, which is, about 15 months ago, there was an indictment, a federal indictment in Southern District that it charged this woman with essentially catfishing and blackmailing an unnamed CEO. And at the time, there was a couple of days where I was kind of talking about it, and then just went away. And it turns out it was Adam Aron, who at the time was in the middle of this crazy meme ride, right? Like had really become a very public figure, and really overexposed himself.
No pun
kidding.
No pun intended.
No, that pun was intended. That had to be.
Yeah, dick pics.
So there's two sides to this, right? There's the bad news, which was he was bribed, and then there's the other news, which is
poor Adam Aron was bribed for sending dick pics to a scammer that he thought was a 17-year-old ballerina that he'd had a previous relationship with. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
This is
define
2 years
relationship.
ago. This is 2 years ago. The pictures that were sent to him by the scammer were of a 17-year-old ballerina, which means if he'd had a prior relationship with her,
She was even younger.
she would have been even younger. That's a part of the story everybody seems to be glossing over and not even paying any attention to. I'm wondering if he was on the Epstein list, but let's continue.
Yeah, I was going to say
what he was doing.
Yeah, and I should say, I don't care about people's personal conduct generally.
In this case, you should. You should.
Speaking, and I said very clearly in the story that
because you know what else? Adam Arno is married. He's been married for decades, and this fat slob who betrayed the retail investors who saved his company is so full of himself. He's sexting someone he thinks is a 17-year-old Russian ballerina.
It did not seem to compromise the company in any way, but. This is a CEO. Look, a lot of being CEO is having good judgment at the end of the day. And this is a CEO who, demonstrated some pretty questionable judgment on lots of occasions. Some are goofy. He did an interview with no pants on once. Right. Some are serious. I think he spent $28 million of shareholders' money buying a stake in a teetering gold mine.
Okay, what this story about him sexting who he presumed was a 17-year-old Russian ballerina demonstrates his complete lack of judgment, his complete inability to run anything as a CEO, giving himself millions of dollars in bonuses to mismanage the investment of retail investors. Look, when he invested retail investors' money in that gold mine that AMC took a stake in, even at that time, I'm like, you're supposed to be paying down your debt, right? You're investing in a gold mine because you think it's going to yield you more money to pay down that debt. Why don't you pay down the debt first? No, he was bailing out some other friends at that Highcroft Mining is what he was doing. He wasn't paying down debt. So now she's kind of glossing over. Well, he's kind of a crazy zany CEO to make these weird decisions. That's not a positive in his case. Go ahead, Ed.
Where was I with this? Oh yeah. So I had been under the supposition that Adam Aron essentially was hired to be CEO of AMC to guide it into bankruptcy while the hedge funds who were his buddies would short the stock into oblivion. And he didn't count on all the retail investors getting stuck in a COVID lockdown where Robinhood decided to make themselves available as a payment for order flow stock trader, so people with smaller bank accounts could invest small amounts of money in stocks and get involved in the stock market. And so you had a bunch of new retail investors who decided, you know what, we're seeing a pattern here that's similar to this other pattern that we saw with GameStop.
Yeah. Let's also really quickly clarify. AMC was the second most shorted stock next to GME, and people saw how GME provided a windfall, and I did too. When I missed out on GME, I'm like, well, AMC's like next in line. Why don't I put my money into that? Because it's supposed to squeeze based on everything.
Yeah, so people had, essentially you had two motivations in retail investors investing in AMC. The main motivation for most people was that they figured they could make good, quick money on another squeeze play that was obvious that was happening because they could see the same pattern that happened with GameStop. But also, people like movie theaters, and they didn't want to see AMC get shorted into oblivion just at the whim of some jerks trying to make money shorting the stock on Wall Street
to put it out of business.
So, and I was of both minds. Not every, and you can have whatever reason you want for investing in a stock, but Adam Aaron did not count on that to happen. And so a whole bunch of people saw what was going on. They invested in AMC and they saved the company from oblivion. And Adam Aaron had to pivot his position on this. So he had to basically become the savior of the company, or the guy, so he became the silverback.
Or act like he was by doing public appearances, encouraging more retail investors to put money into the company while claiming they would never do a split. While he rigged the vote for that, or a reverse split, 10-to-1 reverse split, which is essentially completely obliterated all of our investments down to like 95% loss on investment.
Right. And because Adam Aaron was having difficulty finding ways to dilute the stock to help his hedge fund buddies, and he couldn't get the retail investors to vote to authorize him to issue more stock, he created this thing called APE, preferred shares. He named them APE, obviously, to cater to the apes who were invested, to pander
to us. Because we called ourselves the Ape Movement. It was like Planet of the Apes. We all come together and support each other, like the Ape movies. So he said, I'll pander to them and I'll manipulate them by acting like I'm one of them. That's why they call me the Great Silverback Ape.
And then meanwhile, in the background, what's going on is what some people are now calling Project Popcorn. So it started with ape shares being distributed, and what that basically did was it gave the hedge funds and other bankers and other Wall Street market makers the opportunity to purchase much smaller parts of AMC, which could then be used to alter the way shareholder votes would go.
Because everybody was against a split. So shareholders were asked to vote, do we want to split the stock? No. So what did he do? Well, I'm going to give you guys a dividend. I'm going to give you free. We're going to call it a dividend, but basically I'm splitting the value of AMC by creating a share called APE. And although I'm claiming it's a free dividend, it's not really, because basically it made AMC into worth half of its value, and then APE was the other half. And why did he do that? So he could create those shares, sell those APE shares to an institution that he could then rely on. And it was proven in court. They rigged a vote because the institutional investors said, oh yeah, we're fine with this 10-to-1 reverse split decision that you're making. So created APE, follow us here. He created the APE share so that an institutional investor could buy millions of those shares in agreement to agree with the company in a vote to reverse split the stock so that it would further dilute the stock down to pennies on the dollar, so that the hedge funds that shorted it could cover their positions cheap and get out of the squeeze play that everybody expected was going to happen, of which the retailers should have been rewarded for saving the company. Because once the stock went up and shareholders got some return on their investment, it wouldn't sink the company, because those shares that we sold at high levels so that the hedge funds would have to cover their position. But here's the other thing. The SEC isn't involved in what's going on, isn't paying attention to what's going on. The Department of Justice, the manipulation with the dark pool activities, which is taking all this activity off the lit exchanges to cover. It's all a big fucking rigged casino. So Adam Aaron was complicit in it. He acted like he was on the retail investor side, and he wasn't. So now we discovered during this period He was sexting someone he thought was a 17-year-old Russian ballerina with whom he'd have a quote-unquote previous relationship. So not only is he a scumbag criminal, probably worse than Bernie Madoff, he's a fucking pedophile. Let's continue with the CNBC coverage. And this woman is like acting like, well, you know, he in some way he's like insanely brilliant despite how incompetent he is. No, not at all.
Mining company, I remember that. Yep.
And really leaned into this meme stock ride in a way that frankly is probably why AMC still exists, didn't go bankrupt, but himself sold $40 million of stock into this craze. So I think that's the backdrop here, and this is a CEO that kind of bears watching.
Right. I want to continue this, but I do want to read you. He put out a statement,
He did,
as I think you probably just saw in the last hour or so. Adam Aaron speaking out about that blackmail plot in a long post. He posted it on X, formerly Twitter, saying in part, quote, "Unfortunately, last year I became the victim of an elaborate criminal extortion by a third party who was unknown to me related."
Poor Adam Aaron, Ed. He was he was victimized. He's the victim. He got out in front of the story acting like he was the victim of a well, if you were this big victim, why didn't you let your name be used last year? Why is it you're basically, he's doing what a lot of people do. They want to get ahead of the story by acting like they're all transparent now. No, he had no choice. And you know what happened today, Ed? The fucking stock tanked, despite the fact that Taylor Swift's Eras tour is opening in AMC theaters. We saw the stock on the rise the past couple days. He's got to get ahead of the story to cover his ass and act like he's being all honest. Boom. Stock goes down again.
Yeah, and by the way, every time they do that, it's extremely transparent to me that they're just using this as an excuse to drop the stock on the ticker. The actual value of AMC stock is not being displayed in the stock market ticker. The market makers are controlling what you see as some type of movement one way or another based on the shares that they want to appear as having some kind of effect on the stock's price, whether those shares are sold or bought or whether they consider it a neutral purchase. That should normally be a situation where if a stock dips like that and then a bunch of retail investors just buy up a whole bunch of really cheap shares, that should cause the stock to bounce back upward. It doesn't do that.
And there are some people who speculate that the hedge funds haven't even covered all their shorts yet.
I'm also suspecting that because if they had, then they wouldn't still be doing this shenanigans with trying to short the stock into oblivion. They would have left it alone finally and gone on to greener pastures. But I think people have a lot more at stake if AMC really runs up like it's supposed to. My opinion is that the stock's probably worth thousands of dollars per share in reality, but they will never show that until there's some accountability in the SEC,
which will never
never happen.
Yeah. Plus the fact that this company will not even provide a public share count. It's been dependent on individual shareholders to try to like rally shareholders to sign affidavits so that they could actually do an actual share count, because the speculation is 94% of retail investors own this company, right? But the synthetic and counterfeit shares that hedge funds have been selling to retail investors to keep the value of the stock down without having to cover their short positions is maybe 3 times the float of what investors actually own of this company. It's insane. And if the mechanics of this were allowed to proceed the way they should, when a hedge fund that is short a stock does not deliver in a certain time frame, they call it a failure to deliver, they're supposed to be margin called, which means their assets in every other position that they're in their portfolio is liquidated to cover their short positions. That has not happened for the past 2 years. Why? No. Because it would probably contribute to a huge collapse of the Wall Street
banking system
right now, because they've created phantom shares that they have to cover that don't exist, which would bankrupt them and would affect not only their positions, but their positions in any other company that they're invested in that gets liquidated. Yeah. So it's literally these hedge funds have been breaking the law for 2 or 3 years now, doubling down, not just covering their short positions at whatever loss they should suffer because they made a bad gamble. They're just not going to allow the retail investors, the average schmuck, to make money because we're not supposed to. Only the rich people are supposed to continue to game this system and keep us poor and keep themselves rich at the absolute absolute expense of breaking the law, to which the SEC and the Department of Justice turn a blind eye because they probably know what's going on and they don't want the system to collapse either. So
yeah, but at a certain point, I think certain banks and hedge fund operations and market makers are going to get thrown under the bus by other people dealing with Wall Street and banks right now, because at a certain point, they're not going to be able to continue to do this indefinitely. And retail investors can basically hold and not sell their stock indefinitely for the most part, because most of us have already taken the losses to the point where it wouldn't make sense for any of us to sell those shares anyway. No. So we got nowhere to go. And what some people on Twitter say is that I can hold AMC longer than you can stay solvent. So
we don't have a choice either, right? It's like, why would we sell at a loss? And if anything, the other reason I'm not going to sell at a loss, but it's like evidence that if any criminal investigations or any legal action was taken, and there has been an appeal filed in regards to the lawsuit against AMC in regards to that rigged shareholder vote that we mentioned earlier, this is going to show our damages because we're still shareholders that suffered an economic damages as a result of the manipulation and the laws that have been broken that haven't been enforced by the SEC. Let me continue with the video though, as we unwrap this.
Posted it on X, formerly Twitter, saying in part, quote, "Unfortunately, last year I became the victim of an elaborate criminal extortion by a third party who was unknown to me related to false allegations about my personal life. Rather than giving into the blackmail, I personally engaged counsel and other professional advisors and reported the matter to law enforcement. I did so knowing I risked personal embarrassment, but with my access to resources, if I did not stand up against blackmail, who could?" He also writes, "I was asked by law enforcement to keep this matter confidential during their investigation and subsequent court case shortly after the extortionist July 2023 sentencing."
This was all happening during the court case, Ed. During the reverse, you wonder, was he being blackmailed by people that wanted him to put through this 10-to-1 reverse split? Now that's on the table. Was what happened here an attempt to blackmail him to rig things? Maybe he wouldn't have pushed through or created APE. Or this was all during that period where he created APE and really wanted this first the initial split and then the 10-to-1 reverse split. So how can you ignore this blackmail as maybe having any possible influence over what he was doing at the expense of retail shareholders?
And formed
it does make you wonder.
Directors, which thoroughly reviewed these events with independent outside counsel, Wilmer Hale, that's the law firm. As I said above, this indeed was entirely a personal matter, and the matter, he says now, is closed.
No, it's not closed. If anything, it's just opened up. The Pandora's box is open. Pandora's box is open.
So
he told the board.
He told the board.
This guy needs to resign. There's a big shareholder meeting next month in November. This guy has either got to resign or at that shareholder meeting, he's got to be thrown out. Because, again, every time he tweets something, he tanks his own stock. Who does that? Who releases stuff on Twitter to tank the value of the value of the shares in your company? Every time he tweets, whether it was during the run-up several months ago, during the middle of the court case, where AMC had experienced record second quarter earnings because of Barbie and Oppenheimer returns.
Yeah.
Right. The company and that was second quarter. Though the returns on that are third quarter that are yet to be reported. During all of that incredible box office, the best in the company's history, he's on Twitter talking about how, well, we need to have this 10-to-1 reverse split or our company could face bankruptcy. Who does that? And he tanked the value of the stock then. It's like everything he's done as CEO has been at the expense of the shareholders who saved his fucking company. Actually, our company, because we're the ones who own it.
Well, and it's not just that him saying it tanks the stock. It's that him saying it gives the hedge weasels cover to try and short the stock to make it seem like bad news is what's causing it because of whatever the hell he said.
It
And
creates
so
fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They call it.
It does
fraud.
that.
Yeah.
It does that too. But it essentially it gives the market makers cover. It gives them an opportunity to go, well, oh yeah, let's use this as bad news. Let's feed the normal Wall Street news outlets the bad story about what he just said, and then so that we have an excuse to drive the stock down $3 for no other good reason, because the company's doing better than it ever has in the history of the company.
Yeah. You know what I'm noticing in the chat? Yeah, we do have vested interest in this story because it's AMC stock, but there are thousands of shareholders, Miguel H., that have lost far more than Ed and I in this play because of what Adam Aaron, and the rest of the hedge fucks. Ed is too kind. He calls them the hedge weasels. I call them the hedge fucks. Have engaged in the illegal manipulation of market activity to subvert the actual value of a stock by shareholders who have every right to invest in a company and see returns they don't think we are entitled to, given the savings that we put into this to try to make an investment decision based on the information at hand.
And it's important to talk about this story not just because of AMC stockholders, but because of anyone who currently has investments in Wall Street, in the stock market right now. And that's a lot of people, especially people working who have 401ks and IRAs, retirement accounts, essentially. And the value of your retirement accounts are being sabotaged.
Robbed. You're being robbed. We are being robbed. It used to be in the past, you put your money in a savings account with a decent amount of interest that it was yielding in the 1980s. And no. Banks are not going to pay you a percentage on your savings anymore. You know where you should put it, everybody, America, for your retirement? Put it in the stock market, your 401ks. Invest there and you'll see a return on your money. So then once Wall Street got everybody's money, because that's what you were told to do, since banks were no longer going to pay you fair interest on what you had in a bank, they got your money. They can start rigging the rules. They can start robbing you, all under the guise of, well, it's an investment, while they've got people at the SEC who are turning a blind eye because the people at the SEC are going to get jobs on Wall Street after they let Wall Street rob retail investors who put their retirement money into the stock market to try to see where they can get some kind of a return, since they're never going to get it putting it in their banks. They're never going to get interest in their bank accounts. That's why people were moved to the stock market, where suddenly all the money is pooled and all these motherfuckers on Wall Street, these hedge funds, can steal it from everybody with no repercussions, no accountability. The only reason Bernie Madoff ended up getting charged was because he ripped off the rich people. What Adam Aaron has done here to us is worse than what Bernie Madoff has done, but we're the middle class, lower class schmucks. That's why he and his buddies on the board and all across Wall Street, whether it's at Robinhood, turning off the buy button during the run-up of the first squeeze with GME and AMC, or this other motherfucker Ken Griffin at Citadel Securities, who's paid millions and millions of dollars in fines that are like to you and I getting fined, $7, $10 for something in reality, given the enormity of the crimes he's committed and the value of those crimes, the value of the money he and his company Citadel have robbed retail investors through their manipulations as market makers, processing all the orders, payment for order flow to the dark pools that don't actually reflect the actual value of the stock. Everybody's putting their money into whatever company to try to see a return on their investment, since unless you can afford to put it into real estate, there's nowhere else you're ever going to make a return on you're told you can make a return on your money. Ed.
Oh, where to go next on that?
Should I continue? I can continue the video.
That kind of puts a button on it. Let's watch the rest of the video.
Yeah. Told the board after, but it sounds like after, because he was asked by law enforcement not to tell them.
And that was
earlier.
my understanding as of yesterday, that he was asked by the FBI to not say anything, which is understandable, and he didn't. And then when the matter was resolved this summer, he told them. They looked into it and came to the conclusion that it was not a matter that required disclosure to
Really?
shareholders, and it was not
Really?
It wasn't a company
This
issue.
matter of being
As a
blackmailed
company issue, and this goes
while
to-
you're managing this company in the midst of this weird phenomenon of meme stocks and short squeezes, you didn't think he didn't think no, there's nothing to report here. It doesn't have any bearing. Blackmailing me has no bearing on my activities on the board, given the other questionable decisions I've made investing in a gold mine that hasn't seen a return, paying Nicole Kidman $25 million to do a commercial to show off our company, not paying down
the judgment story. He has made a number of decisions,
while also paying himself millions of dollars in bonuses during a period when his company was losing money during the pandemic in 2021. This guy made more money in bonuses when investors were putting money into his company than any other CEO at any other company during the pandemic. And selling off all of his shares of stock that were gifted to him. He didn't buy money in it, didn't buy stock in his company that was gifted to him. So he was selling shares to retail investors while also giving himself bonuses.
people have found questionable. At the same time, the truth is, and I don't know where you think directionally this company is going, he's at a time during the pandemic when people thought this company was going to fail, and fail hard, he has managed through all sorts of different ways to continue to raise money. Now, some people have questioned how he's raised that money and whether he's done that on the backs of shareholders.
No, we saved his ass.
And all of that. But how do you...
What he's done is incidental to that.
See all of this.
Yeah,
because we embarrassed him and he had to step up his game.
Troubling.
Yeah.
I don't know. In the same way that like Elon Musk in a weird way has been like a very good steward of Tesla, like his antics have worked to that company.
She calls what Adam Aron has done as antics. If this were rich people ripped off, he'd be perp walked like Bernie Madoff. Mm-hmm. These are also, let's also note the fucks on CNBC. These fucking financial channels, whether it's her or Mad Money, Jim Cramer, or Charlie Gasbag over on Fox News, Gasparino, the midget, who is taunting meme stock investors on social media all the time. We're dumb money, even though the GameStop play proved that there was some validity to this whole concept of seeing the hedge funds have to bleed for their bad short positions.
His advantage, Twitter probably less so. Adam Aron's, whatever you want to call them, his sort of unorthodoxy as a CEO is probably the reason AMC hasn't gone bankrupt. Right?
No, it's not the reason he hasn't gone bankrupt. It's because of us. It's because of us who are not being protected by the Department of Justice, the SEC, or anybody else that's going to perp walk this pedophile who was texting a scammer that he thought was a 17-year-old Russian ballerina. I can't repeat that enough. A 17-year-old Russian ballerina that he thought he had a previous relationship with. And so this is what this leads to, Ed. A scammer supposedly got their hands on a photograph of someone he recognized that was a 17-year-old ballerina, got his phone number to text him, and claim they were this ballerina he'd had a previous relationship with to entice him into sending dick pics back that the scammer then tried to blackmail him for $300,000. This guy's worth over more than 20 million. So this whiny bitch runs to the FBI. I'm being blackmailed. You're being blackmailed. Wait a minute. You thought this was a 17-year-old Russian that you'd had a previous relationship with. That means that she would have been what, 16, 15? Why isn't the FBI investigating that admission?
Yeah, speaking of that, I sent you a link in the private chat of a tweet I had found.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, this guy's probably got connections with Epstein.
How about that? Let's share this tab instead. Thank you, Ed. One thing that isn't a conspiracy theory, from 2006 to 2015, Adam Aron, the CEO of AMC, served as senior operating partner of Apollo Management LP, the same Apollo Global Management that paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for financial advice from 2012 through 2017. Fact, it gets better. Adam Aron and his terrorist parasite cousins are well known to be thieving, rapist pedophiles. Adam likes to rape AMC theaters, shareholders, and insurance companies. Isn't that right, you lazy, scamming trust fund bitch thief? This is somebody who decided to address Adam Aron directly. in response.
Yeah, I don't know about the rest of
Harvey
the
Weinstein.
thread's credibility, but that first one for sure.
Well, apparently that's provable. But it's also provable that he had breakfast with Harvey Weinstein, associated with more than 300 Oscar nominations in his legendary career. This was back in 2016, before it was disclosed. Well, you know what, Ed? It was a matter of open fact in Hollywood what a scumbag Harvey Weinstein was. It's just people accepted it because that's oh yeah, we're going to turn a blind eye because he makes a lot of money for the studios. Back to the video.
Right, that he was able to really activate this crowd of retail investors and sell them a ton of stock and raise a ton of money. So I don't know. This is a weird one.
So you think the board is more reliant on his track record and
I think it's tough to change
as a result of
here.
what's
right.
No, it's not tough to change. Here's the thing, Ed. Tough to change horses. This son of a bitch is the reason the stock keeps tanking. And now that he just the narcissism, well, I got to get ahead of this story and go act like I'm being transparent now. The day before, a big movie he's been touting for the past couple months. I don't understand Taylor Swift's appeal, but this Eras Tour movie is supposed to make millions, and they had the exclusive on it. And the tank dropped today, the day that her movie opened, because of this guy's misbehavior, absolute incompetency, and bad judgment. So,
and by the way, and yesterday the stock was flying upward because Taylor Swift had released early Thursday shows. And made appearances in places, and the stock started moving. So clearly, Adam had to release some garbage to FUD the hell out of the stock.
Here's the piece of shit right here. This fat slob of a CEO who manipulated. He did meet and greets. He would go to theaters and talk to moviegoers and his retail investors, acting like he was on their side. I don't think he's got any meet and greets scheduled anytime soon. I hope he's taken our money and invested in a bulletproof vest. And the amount of money this guy's going to have to spend on security now, given the fact that he 95 to 98% of retail investors' investment is gone, while this guy pays himself bonuses and sets women that he assumes are underaged. This is the guy. And there again, Ed, there are people on social media who think, "Oh no, he's still on our side," completely ignoring the basis. He was texting someone who was he thought was underage. Acknowledge he's potentially underage.
When I see the posts on the AMC hashtag in that timeline on Twitter, and I see these people who believe that Adam Aron can do no wrong, it is my assumption that most of them are basically just trying to avoid bad news so their stock price will go up. And so they don't want to hear anything bad about the CEO, because in their mind, the CEO is the same thing as the company. In my mind, those are two separate things.
Those are idiots that came into the play afterwards, okay, who basically bought Ape cheap, who don't understand the mechanics of a short squeeze, and that this son of a bitch here subverted it. The short squeeze theory might. I'm literally, unfortunately, speculating that there will not be a short squeeze because of the way this guy did the dilution.
Not anytime soon.
Not anytime soon. But these people who jumped on the play that don't understand Wall Street or how all this works, they think, oh, no. There's still a chance for us to make a lot of money because we bought Ape at $1.10, while the rest of us bought AMC 2 years ago at 20. My buy-in was 27 something. That was my my cost basis, which is now, means my 341 shares that got diluted are worth really $1, not $9 or $10 now, when you take into consideration the 10-to-1 reverse split. But anyway, this is the guy, and not being prosecuted.
Good night, LinkedIn.
Investigated. We just got dropped our LinkedIn because we're at 4 hours now. But we're bringing the show to a close. We're bringing it in for a landing. Let's bring this up and finish the story.
Really riled up the retail base. I mean, they've just been so massively diluted,
right?
And the stock is down, 95%.
Okay, so that was the end of that. So I'm going to bring this tab up as I finish how Adam Aron, shares how victimized he was during this incident that he had to admit. Here are the details of the case. We heard his statement. So the New York woman behind the blackmail attempt, Sequoia Blackwood, pretended to be a former romantic partner of Aaron using an anonymous online account beginning in March of 2022. She then attempted to extort Aaron of $300,000, threatening to expose Aaron's online behavior to the AMC board, which was him sending her not only dick pics, but apparently images of him engaged in sexual relations with another woman who was not his wife. Blackwood was charged in Manhattan federal court for her extortion attempts and was sentenced in July to time already served in jail. Aaron said Thursday he was asked by law enforcement to keep the matter confidential during the investigation and legal proceedings, and that he informed AMC's board after Blackwood's sentencing. This is indeed entirely a personal matter, and the matter is closed. No, it's not. His admission that he thought that this was the pictures that the scammer sent him, again, of someone he recognized who he understood was 17 years old, opens up a whole other can of worms. Sorry, no, the matter's not closed, Adam. Resign. And if you don't, the board needs to unanimously vote no confidence in this son of a bitch. Get him gone. Because maybe that is what it's going to take, Ed, for the stock to have any chance of recovering or squeezing if hedge funds have not actually covered their short positions.
Yeah, then the question becomes, once they've gotten rid of Adam Aaron, if that's even possible, who goes in there? Is going to be one of the people currently on the board, in which case odds are good they're just as corrupt as he is.
Well, this guy, Philip Lader, who is a representative, who does Philip Lader work for? He's on their board, and he's with one of the banks that's involved in shorting the company. So Adam Aaron's got people on his board that have a vested interest in making sure that this company doesn't squeeze to protect their short positions against the company. Philip Lader, I want to say, I don't know if he's with Chase or Citi. Can you look that up, Ed, before I get the next story queued? Because I want to be clear on, he's got people on his board that represent other companies that have shorted the company that they're on the board of, that look to make a lot of money if the company fails. Philip Lader, Lader.
Hang on a second. Philip Lader. Okay. Stand by.
So yeah, if Adam Aaron is forced out, what if they put, yeah, you're right. What if they put someone like Lader in charge?
Senior advisor to Morgan Stanley Institutional Securities.
Right.
Yeah.
And Morgan Stanley is involved in shorting AMC stock. So, all right, on to our closing story. Not really a story, just a way to try to leave people with something nice for the weekend. And this is something that happens every year that's a lot of fun. Open House Chicago. As shared by Block Club Chicago, here are 39 things to do in Chicago this weekend. We're not going to go through all 39, but I did want to bring some attention to the Open House Chicago, which is an architectural tour that's, I think, a lot of fun. I actually participated in one pre-pandemic. I think it was the Opera House that I went and checked out. But as reported by Lean Yassin at Block Club Chicago, here are 39 things to do in Chicago this weekend. Open House Chicago, Harvest Fest, Thrift Crawl, and more. The 59th Chicago International Film Festival is also on the list. Tacos and Tequila Fest and the Rose Hill Cemetery Fall Festival are also back. 39 things. I'm not going to go into the details. I'll just give you the headers. And you can go to the link on our show notes below on either Rumble, Rockfin, or YouTube, or Facebook. I think our show notes are on Facebook, to get to this list and plan your weekend fun accordingly. There's the International Film Festival, various times and locations across the city, including the Music Box Theater. Actually, I'll read some details on just a few key events. The 59th Chicago International Film Festival kicked off Wednesday and runs through October 22nd. Catch a variety of flicks on the big screen, from a Chicago-based documentary filmmaker's Bike Vessel to Studio Ghibli's The Boy and the Heron, and the already acclaimed Poor Things from Yorgos Lanthimos. Sounds Greek. Find tickets for the festival and details about showtimes online. Open House Chicago. Various times and locations across the city. Explore more than 170 of the city's architectural and historical wonders for Open House Chicago. Run by the Chicago Architecture Center, the annual festival is held Saturday and Sunday with free structured and self-guided tours. It spans over 20 neighborhoods, hitting landmarks including Walt Disney's birthplace home, the Chicago Shakespeare Theater, and the Pullman National Historical Park. Find a site guide here. Block Club highlighted some new additions in the neighborhoods here in the linked article in our show notes. Tamboo and Bones, Sit Down Andersonville Ghost Tour, Friday the 13th literary themed run, which is probably done now. It started at 6 p.m. tonight. Tacos and Tequila Fest, which was today. Hollow Scream Fantasy Horror Festival, another, I'm going to jump ahead from the Friday ones and just go to the weekend ones. Dia de Muertos Museum Tour, Trash People Community Cleanup with Cadino Bakery, Run Together Chicago, Rose Hill Cemetery Fall Festival, Wildflower Walk, Logan Square Share Fair, Growing Home Harvest Fest, Pilot Project Brewing X Chicago Craft Club, Bring Your Own Craft Meetup, Barktoberfest, Bring Your Dogs, and Celebrate German Food and Culture in this 21 plus event, South Chicago Farm Tour, City Bureau Pumpkin Pop-Up, oh my God, there's a lot here, Fall Creative Festival, Halloween Origami Workshop, Trunk or Treat, Storyteller Community Event, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween Party, Harvest Fest, 5K Beer Run, X Dry Hop Brewers, Rose Hill Cemetery Walking Tour, that's on Sunday, Hidden Gems Nature Walk and Yoga, Thrift Crawl, now we're into the Sunday events, Pumpkin Carving and Painting, Cirque de Fulton Market Brunch and Variety Show, Barketerie and Beer.
No, it's pronounced Barkuterie.
Thank you. That's on Sunday. Navaratri. Aunt Nance's Fever Dream Disco Show and Dance Party on Sunday. Bloody Mary Fest. And then plus 5 picks from our partners at Do 312. Zoo, Talk, Dopapod to me, an unofficial pod, Fish Party, Legends of Hip Hop, The Woggles, and Small Black. All right. Ed shared it in the links there. Pop it up again here.
That's Open House Chicago. Everything linked at Black Club Chicago that is involved with this year's Open House Chicago.
And that brings us to the end of our show. And wrapping up, doesn't seem there are a lot more comments related to where we are right now in the show on Rumble live chat. Although we had a couple comments here from YouTube. Miguel H. Thanks everybody for joining tonight. Miguel, Warren, who else was in the live chat? Kathy Powers. We had a couple of other people joining us on YouTube. And again, people, Tuesday and Friday, we will be exclusively premiering our live stream back on Rumble. We did tonight on YouTube to give our guest, Christine Khalil, a little bit more exposure, since mainstream media has been very difficult for green and third-party candidates to crack. Please share the show, share her candidacy, especially if you live in New Jersey. But share it anyway, because it doesn't just help her, it helps us spread more attention and buzz for the program. All right, Ed. This was a good show. Could you tell what a better mood I was in with that? That's what it always comes down to. Every time we do a show and I have tech difficulties and I freak out, I hate that part of myself coming out. It's not that I want to be like impatient and angry. It's like I want to give people a good show. And every time the tech breaks down, it's like I can't do that. And it doesn't make it fun. And this was a fun show because we were able to roll out, present our stories, interview our great guest, and have conversation that was not constantly disrupted by tech issues. So I appreciate everybody please being understanding to my previous outbursts on previous shows where I was kind of losing my shit, but that's just because I want to give you guys a good show. And I think tonight it was because we were able to roll out smoothly now that I figured out the tech issues.
Yeah, and as Jerry said, we're now exclusively streaming on Rumble and Rockfin, also Facebook. If you're not following us on Rumble, if maybe you guys caught us on YouTube again because we streamed tonight live on YouTube, to help our guests get a little more coverage for her candidacy. Please go over to rumble.com. And if you're not currently signed up, it's free to sign up for an account over there, and follow Chicago Corner TV. I understand there's a lot of channels on there that may not be of the same perspective that you may identify with, and you know, in a future program, I'll be happy to help you find some other voices to maybe follow over there. But you can start with us, and we'll try and keep you informed to the best that we can and provide a unique perspective with the Chicago point of view.
Well said, Ed. We will be returning Tuesday. Fingers crossed, tech issues remain solid and sound. Where Ed will be taking the lead on the stories, and I will be co-hosting with him. So until we return next Tuesday, Ed, as always, thanks for co-hosting tonight. To our viewers in Chicago and all across the country, thank you for joining us. And remember, as you go into the weekend, to please stay safe, watch out for each other, be vigilant, take care of each other. And remember, if it's happening on the streets, you'll hear about it here on Chicago Corner. Until we meet again next Tuesday, everyone watching, thanks again for joining us, participating in the live chat. And as always, please, please, please stay safe.
Ah! Oh, fuck this noise, man!
Get out and don't come back until you've redeemed yourselves.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent. If you would like to be a guest on Chicago Corner, please email our host, Jerry, at chicagocorner.tv.